Thank you and good morning everybody. Welcome to our live stream session today, March the 31st. This is a meeting of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board. I'm Belinda Ward, your chair for the day, and I'm also the Paihia subdivision representative on the board. So I'll just get each board member to introduce themselves to you, starting from who I can see on the camera here. So we have Dave, you first on the screen.
Morena, ko Dave Bear Hukwe toka, kopa toka wingawa, no Beach Haven ki Tamaki Makaurau aho, ke Waipapa toku kainga noho, he manu hapori hauora mo te Ngātai ora. So I'm Dave, also known as Bear, born in Auckland, live in Waipapa, and I'm a community wellbeing advisor for Ngātai ora, part of the public health unit with Northland DHB, and been very busy for the last 2 years with the COVID response, and living in Waipapa. I'm part of the Waipapa Kirikeri subdivision. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Dave. Frank, you're next in line.
Good morning, I'm Frank Owen, Deputy Chair of the Board, representing the Kirikeri subdivision.
Thank you. We've skipped to Manuela.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Manuela Kamuhornell, and I hail from Okiato, and I'm representing the Opua Russell subdivision.
Thank you. Lane.
Good morning, everybody. Name is Lane Eyre. I live in Kirikeri and represent the Kirikeri subdivision. Thank you.
And beside you
is Bruce. Good morning, all. Yes, I'm Bruce Mills, and I represent the Whangaroa subdivision. Lived there for donkey's years and love it up that way.
Thank you. Manawai.
Morena, koutou mā, ko Manawai tōku ingoa no Waiomiwa hau. I'm the community board representative for the Moerewa Kawakawa area, and I am having Wi-Fi issues, which is very common in our area. So if I pop up and disappear, if I only appear to be a voice coming out of the world, I'm not your conscience. I am actually a real person here in Kawakawa, struggling with the real life issues that our community has on connectivity. Our marama for today is Mutu Whenua. And I've been told it's a marama where we're not supposed to talk too much, so I'm going to keep that in mind. Kia ora.
Thank you, Manawai, and very apt for today as we have an early start, a large agenda, and we're going to really motor through this by lunchtime because we all have other appointments to go to this afternoon. I would just like to introduce to you our right-hand lady. We have some governance team there. Morning, thank you.
Morning, I'm Joshna, part of the governance team, Democracy Services. I'm responsible for today's minute taking for the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa board meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have our funding advisor with us today too to assist.
Kia ora everybody, my name's Catherine. I'm the funding advisor for the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Ward.
Thank you, and thank you to all the other staff present with us and support team in the background there. So with that, we will move straight into our order of business, and we will start off with a karakia this morning, our opening prayer. Do I have a volunteer who would like to read this? Perhaps our newly added Te Reo Māori version. If anybody would like to have a go at it, I would really appreciate that. Thank you.
I'm happy to do a short one. Sing it today of less words. So
thank you, Dave. Yes.
Yeah, sure. Ai ki te rangi, ai ki te whenua, ai ki ngā tangata katoa. So that literally translates for people as to peace to the skies, peace to the land, peace to all people.
Thank you for that, Dave. Kia ora. So I'll move into apologies. We have apologies from Councillor Rachel Smith, who sits on our board. And do we have any conflicts of interest today? No conflicts of interest? I will take that apology as accepted from Councillor Smith. I'm sure we are all in favour of that, so we will move on. Just for members of the public and to remind those members involved in the meeting, we are voting by division today, which means as we vote, as we go through the agenda item, there will be a pop-up on the screen and we will be voting individually due to the fact that we are on Teams meetings. Thank you. Right, so we'll move on into item 3, into the speakers. First up this morning, do we have Brendan Francis with us from the Kirikeri Scouts group?
He's not online yet. I'm chasing him now, along with Russell Tennis.
That's okay, thank you. Well, we've got Ronwyn here. So Ronwyn, the floor is yours. You're first up. This is relating to the Far North Life Education Trust application in our agenda on page 78. If you would like to look at the additional information, members, it's on page 11. Good morning. You have 5 minutes, Ronwyn.
Thank you.
Would you like notification 1 minute prior to completion?
Yeah, that would be good. Thank you.
Thank you. Joshna, if you could time Ronwyn, that would be appreciated, and indicate when she has 1 minute left. Thank you. Floor is yours.
Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ronwyn Mansell, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the Far North Life Education Trust. So for those that don't know, the Life Education Trust is a health-based education program. We in the Far North travel to primary and intermediate schools to deliver this program. Now, the program that we teach is basically in line with the school curriculum, but we touch on, I guess, everyday subjects such as body image, substances, drugs, food and nutrition. So our ultimate aim is to help influence young children to actually make, good conscious decisions surrounding their life, healthy eating, friendships, that sort of thing, to help shape their future. Now, in the Far North, we, on average, see between 5,000 to 6,000 students per year, and that's sort of spread out through about 70 schools that we visit. Our range here covers from Dargaville through to Kaitaia. Now, like a lot of organisations, we have been hit quite hard with COVID over the past couple of years, and so we haven't been able to reach as many students as we normally do. We're hoping that from this year forward, we will sort of be able to pick that up again. Now, so this application, I understand you have had a look through my application. I guess first and foremost, did you have any questions that you wanted to ask me? Dave, is that you raising your hand?
Thanks, Ronwyn. I see Dave's hand up. Dave, would you like to go first?
Thanks, Bronwyn. I have to declare, obviously working for public health, I'm quite familiar with the areas of mahi that you're doing. I've got a couple of quite specific questions because you've come to this community board for funding. So I appreciate the last 12 months has been a difficult period, or last 24 months has been a very difficult period to deliver any programs, really. But I'm intrigued to know, you provided a lot of information in the application, which is unfortunately pretty out of date because it's going back to a sort of 2017 time. Can you just help us to understand which schools in our rohi, so which schools in our ward that the Life Education Trust is anticipating to visit for us over the period that you're applying funding for, please?
So excuse me, Dave, just interrupting before you answer that, Ronwyn. There is actually a list in the additional information of the application of all the schools in our
I'm aware,
area.
Madam Chair, but that list covers all of Northland schools,
yes.
And I'm not interested in that. There's a list of the schools that the trust and tends to, can get around, but I'm wanting to know specifically which ones of our schools in our ward, because we would be granting our money towards that. So I have the list here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, fair question, Dave. There, I'm probably going to have to get back to you on that with an updated list. I don't have a narrowed down list of the schools that we're anticipating to visit this year. So we have got 3,300 students confirmed to visit this year and another 700 tentative bookings. But I'm going to need to do a little bit of research to actually figure out the breakdown of what schools are within this ward here. Can I send you that document at a later date once this meeting's ended?
Yeah, I think that would be appreciated. Thanks. I just have one other quick query, was that even though in the financials that you provided, even though with COVID happening, there seems to be still quite a few expenses around salaries. And I'm just trying to work out, the funding application talks about 2 educators and a support person. So I'm just wondering what proportion of the funding that you're seeking for us may be cross-allocated to salaries?
So the funding that we're applying through you won't be used for salaries. The reason why we have had to have 2 educators at the moment is actually our current educator went on maternity leave, and so she left start of this year, and so there was a bit of a crossover where we had to employ another educator to do some training and to do that handover there. So for a fair few months we did have those 2. Now that obviously our previous educators on maternity leave, we've dropped back down to 1 educator for the time being. But the anticipation is that our previous educator will be back up and running about, I think it's September, she'll be back. Now with the application that I'm applying for through you guys, it's more towards our overheads and running expenses. So we have got funds with us sitting in the bank, which we have put aside towards our salaries. There's a fair amount that we can't touch. I'm not sure if you've seen, but from the application we sent last year was for the upgrade of our mobile classroom. Now, unfortunately, because of COVID, that actually delayed it quite a lot. So funds came through last year, but it actually took us about 6 months to secure a booking with the company to actually get that fit done. So that's booked for May this year. There was, I think it was a supply issue due to COVID, so they needed to make sure they actually had all the parts before confirming our booking. So with that, we have paid a deposit, and once they have done the actual upgrade in May, then we'll be able to pay the rest of that to them.
Thank you for clarifying.
No problem.
Thanks, Ronwan.
Yes.
Can I just ask, have you finished, Dave, with your questions? Thank you. Can I just ask, have you submitted a progress report to Catherine at Council in relation to the funding for the upgrade of Harold?
Yeah, so I sent through, so not really a progress report, but I did send some documents through to her.
Okay.
Must have been a month or so ago, and it just had the actual deposit that we paid, plus I think it was an invoice or a quote from Action Manufacturing, who are the ones carrying out the upgrade, just to show that it actually is in action.
In progress. Thank you very much. Now, Lane has his hand up. Is it Lane or Bruce?
Yes, Madam Chairman, thank you. Ron, I first of all, you run a terrific program, and everybody I've spoken to says it's absolutely worthwhile. My only, I guess, question or concern is, with COVID, you're bringing children into this caravan, and are you comfortable? You can assure us that that's a good environment for bringing children into?
Yeah, so at the moment with us operating, so the schools that, so actually the way we do run is that schools request us to visit them. So, rather than us just going around to all the schools, they particularly ask us. So we will only go to schools that I guess are running in the capacity that they think is okay to run during this time. We do take all the measures we can to obviously, take into account the safety of the children and our educator as well. So things like hand sanitizing, mask use, that sort of thing. And saying that it is quite hard when you are fitting children into a small classroom. I guess there's always going to be sort of that contact. You can't really social distance per se, but our way of looking at it is that in a way it is sort of no different to a classroom setting. So the only difference is that instead of the children sitting at chairs and on their desks, they're just sitting on the floor in this classroom.
Thank you, Ronwyn.
Thank you.
We're out of time now for any more questions. So thank you very much for your presentation this morning. And we'll be making our decision a little bit later on in the morning. Yes.
I think Brendan Francis is in the room.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Ronwyn.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Okay.
Thank you.
Cheerio. Bye.
Bye.
So next up we have Brendan Francis. He's here to speak on the Kirikeri Scouts group regarding the Anzac Day Dawn Parade. This is on page 72 of your agenda with additional information, page 1. Thank you. Morning, Brendan.
Hi there. Yeah, first of all, can you all hear me? My internet connection is
We
not
can.
great.
Yes.
Yep, fantastic. Right.
So you have
right.
5 minutes, thank you, and we'll let you know at the 4-minute time mark. Thank you.
Okay. So yeah, I'm with the Kirikeri Scout Group. I'm their Cub section leader. We are proposing to put on the Anzac Day service on the 25th due to RSA's challenges. I guess their declining numbers, their internal struggles, and the government mandates that have affected their function. I've been working with Anne-Marie Mills. I'm sure you all know. From about the 21st of February, we were going to look at doing a civic service, which is just a smaller service for a little bit later on in the day down at the basin. But this has turned into something a little bit different. And as of the 14th of March, I was asked to help out with the Dawn service in place of the RSA. Yeah, that's sort of where we're at. And apologies for the light application that came through. It was a bit rushed into the forum, but yeah. Have you got any questions around that? Is there anything I can add?
Thanks, Brendan. Do any members have any questions? Manawai.
Kia ora. Is it 5,000 for advertising and promotion? Is that what it is?
That's what we initially put down. So no, there were some more quotes that came through after. There will be one from Merv Penny, I believe, for the sound and lighting, and one from the security team as well. So yeah, it is a little bit more. Just getting them here now. I think roughly all up, we're looking at around the $10,000, $10,000 to $12,000.
The sound system.
So I believe you guys were given those quotes as well that were sent through.
I haven't received those, Brendan. When were they sent?
Well, yeah, Anne-Marie was dealing with that one for me. So I was under the assumption through our conversation.
Okay,
that
thanks, Brendan.
So
Catherine Truan has
possibly I need to send them through again. Yep.
Yeah, they're attached in your supporting information. They come to a total of $8,114.
Yep. Now, as for the advertising, it was a stab in the dark, to be honest. Really depended on the COVID requirements at the time, I think, whether we were going red or orange. At this at this stage, I'm hoping we're going to go to the orange, which is going to loosen up things a little. But yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Brendan. Manuel, Lane, sorry, you're next.
Yes, Madam Chairman. Brendan, thank you very much for your presentation. I fully appreciate having been involved a little bit of how much time you didn't have to put in this proposal. Madam Chairman, some of you will be aware that unfortunately the local RSA was not in a position to organise an Anzac Day ceremony, and actually came to the council, and a number of groups, including Cubs or Scouts, I'm not sure, Brendan, I assume you're going under Scouts, have taken up the baton and are putting on a Anzac Day service. So I'm in full support, Brendan. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess
Manuela,
for me it was. Oh, sorry.
you had a reply?
Yeah, it's for me personally, it's Anzac Day is pretty important to the country, I believe, and not having it's not acknowledging our past. It creates questions for the kids. It's just something I believe we should be doing, and by getting together with the Kirikeri cadets, and even other like-minded groups, we've talked to others, so Girls Brigade and Girl Guides, and tried to get them on board, but COVID's just affected everyone. The groups have closed down. So by us doing this, hopefully it just gives a little bit more to the community.
Thanks, Brendan. And I have one last question from Manuela.
Yes, thank you, Brendan. I do agree Anzac Day probably brings our country together the most. And the question is, what's happening in the future with Anzac Day in Kirikeri? I mean, you're filling the hole there at the moment. What's going to happen? Is there a plan?
Good question. So with talks with Anne-Marie Mills and First for Electrical, they've committed to sponsor us for this year and next year. So they're going to help us out with the costs for our group to run it, in terms of feeding the kids afterwards and keeping them warm. And then they're going to help us with the planning next year. So I'm hoping that we can kickstart next year effectively. This is going to be rushed in. I know it's going to be rushed in. It's a small service. I believe we can pull it off based on the templates from last year. And then next year we'll get a bit more involved, a bit more time to get the sponsorship, the planning, hopefully the funding.
Thanks, Brendan, and thank you for joining us this morning. We'll be making our decision a bit later on in the morning.
Yeah, I wonder, I've got my hand up, but you may not be able to see. I wonder if I might just sneak in a question.
I can see we're out of time. Did you have a quick question, David?
Just briefly, I just wonder, this news this morning that the Defence Force is recommending that serving military personnel stay away from Anzac commemorations in the interest of protecting older veterans from COVID. Is that likely to impact numbers or your organisation at all? Frankly, I think probably not, but maybe it's something to consider.
To be honest with you, the current climate is affecting numbers everywhere. The Defence Force aren't coming this year, that's for sure. So it is going to be a small ceremony. We are hopefully going to leave it open to the public to attend, regardless of red or orange. We've got plans in place, and yeah, COVID I think is the the killer there.
Sure.
Yes, good point, David.
Mm.
Yes, it's impacting everything. Lovely. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day, Brendan.
Perfect. Thank you.
Now, next speaker we have is Joe Lynch. Joe is, there we are, Joe. Hi, welcome back. Tucker Thompson Sailing Training Trust regarding the Youth Development Voyage. This is on page 85 of your agenda.
Perfect. Thanks, Belinda. Kia ora koutou. Thank you very much for having me. Yes, I'm Joe Lynch, just new Chief Executive here at the Tucker Thompson Sail Training Trust. Thank you for reviewing my application. So my application is for a youth placement on one of our voyages, and of course bringing in rangatahi from within your area. I have outlined in the application how our program works and some of the results of the program, but it might be a good place to start to explain a little bit around our funding. So we've had a really successful funding model historically where we raised funds from tourism, of course, grants, sponsors and individual donors, and as well as input from parents and whānau to fund these places. So unfortunately, over the last 2 years, of course, that tourism piece, which was the majority of the funding, has been decimated. And so to add to that, this summer our engine broke down, and so we had 7 weeks because a part went missing that was coming from the States that held up this rebuild. So we had 7 weeks full out of our tourism season. So it's been a really challenging time for raising those funds. But we're in good shape, and we're really excited for the future, and that we know that we're delivering really, really good work, really good outcomes. Based on the other people that have just gone before me, it seems like this time is best spent answering questions, because we've outlined quite a lot of detail in the application. So is there anything that I can answer straight off?
Thanks, Joe. And yes, we are familiar with, the board is familiar with the fantastic work that you do, and Jane has previously presented to us. Manuela.
Hey, Joe, how are you? I heard a lot about you. Welcome to our community.
Thank you.
I think this is a fabulous idea, getting the board to sponsor one child or one young person to come and experience the program that you're offering. I'm just trying to push your idea here. So I haven't really got questions, because I know of several young people who did this program and that just flourished something incredible from taking part in one voyage. So I really hope the board will come to the conclusion that we should at least sponsor one young person to come and do a voyage. So that's all. That's me pushing.
Thank you for supporting the application, Manuel.
Thank you. Any other questions? No hands up there, Joe. I think we all appreciate the excellent mahi that you do, and the transformation that you've made to young people's lives, although the taka has the trust in the past. We're well aware of how it has turned some kids' lives around, and you know, it's a hard thing to do, and some of the groups that go out with you definitely benefit hugely from the experience. And to think that people, particularly our children, live in the Bay of Islands, and some of them have never ever been on the water, let alone out on a boat. So you know, it's really special. So we'll address the application a little bit later this morning, and you can go and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, you're welcome. Bye. Next we have Jane Newton. I know Jane's there because I've seen her. Ah, here she is. Good morning, Jane, from the Russell Tennis Club. This is in relation to, this is a reapplication, so you'll probably all recall this. This is in relation to the construction of the tennis pavilion and practice wall in Russell on page 96 of your agenda. The floor is yours for 5 minutes or a few minutes, depending on how long you want to take, Jane. You may want to leave it for questions, up to you.
Jane, you're on mute.
Are you there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, good. All right.
Jane, the sound is fading out. We can't hear you.
Right. Can you hear me now? Because I've got you turned right up.
Yes.
You can hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Okay, resubmission. All right, it's really just to let you know that we have had additional funding come into us from grassroots, which was the 12,206,000, which I showed in my submission again. Now, what we're looking for all up or the cost of the project is $96,842. We're looking for a grant from you people for the $30,000 towards the construction, and also the fencing and security gates of $6,842. So in total, the $36,842. You have a copy of the fencing quote, which I believe you should have all have in front of you for the tennis club. Plus we also have the $20,000 from the private funder as well. Well, at the moment, we're promoting very heavily our house tour. Now that will bring in another round about 10,000 K. So we're fully on board with promoting at the moment to bring in some more funds. But of course, a help from Far North District Council would be very much appreciated. We've just also been assigned a planning officer, Katie Stevens. She was assigned to us last week, I believe. So things are tracking along very, very strongly at the moment. Do you have any questions at this stage?
Thanks, Jane. I'll open the floor. Any hands up on this reapplication? No? Great.
All right, I trust that we receive a favourable response then. Thank you very much for your time.
Through the chair, Manuela had your hand up.
It's okay.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks for coming to present again to us. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right, moving on. We're into, that's our funding application speakers, and now we're into our public forum session, and we actually have waiting Hilary Sumter to address us on the ongoing issues with the Redwood Trees in our reserves bordering the Kirikeri Retirement Village. This is on page 194 of your agenda. We have a information report. Good morning, Hilary. Welcome back.
Madam Chair. Thank you. Kia ora tātou, ko Hilary Sumter aho, and I'm the Chief Executive at Kirikeri Retirement Village. And almost 6 years ago, I started this role, and almost 6 years ago, I talked to this board about the very same issue. And I don't think I was the first person from the village to address the board. So we have two stands of redwood trees, one on our borders. One is right beside our hospital wing, and the other is on between us and the New World car park. The redwood trees were planted in 1928 by Jock Alderton as a shelter belt for the original orchards, and they are beautiful, but they are exotic and they are a risk to the community. I've had great support from His Worship the Mayor and our Chair, Belinda Ward, and Councillor David Clendon on assessing the risk that these trees give to life and buildings and vehicles around a highly dense area. We've been requesting repeatedly for a level 3 report on the health of these trees, due to the fact that when we took trees down on our own property in 2016, these were found to be rotten all the way through. We're concerned that these trees could be rotten around us, and I note the latest arborist report refers to a reduced level of vigour and vitality and potential dead tops. So our proposal has been that the trees get removed and replaced with a stand of natives and some fruit trees, so that the kids walking through to the high school can have fruit on the way there, or, you know, a community garden aspect to it. The trees are a northern hemisphere slow growing tree, as I'm sure we all know, and they're not actually suited to the climate of the far north. They're considered mature, but they are failing in areas. So we would petition and ask desperately that a level 3 test actually be done, which is an invasive test where it checks the core of the tree, I believe. I'm no arborist, but that's what I understand happens, as opposed to a once over lightly glance at them once a year. Now, council staff, I believe, were instructed to undertake a level 3 test, and unfortunately we've got a level 1 test again. So I believe you will have information in your packs that I sent through to Joshna you can see the stands of the trees, and you can see the risk to our hospital wing that they pose with their 34-metre height. And then that's the images of the trees that we cut down in 2016. So that shows how every one of them were rotten. And here we've got that image where you can see the fall of the trees. On the other side is housing of Hawkins Crescent as well, so they're just as much at risk. And this is a artistic impression of what it could look like in about 10 years' time if we replace the trees with natives and fruit trees. So I will leave it there and take any questions.
Thank you, Hilary, and thank you for that very thorough explanation. Manuela.
Thank you, Hilary. I know it's not easy to even mention the word tree and cut in the same sentence, but I would like to know how your neighbour, where I go all the time, is New World, how they feel about the trees, because I would think there'd be a nuisance for them too.
Yeah, so Darren Tucker, previous owner of New World, was very concerned about them and keen to see them removed as well, and was happy to back anything that could get the removal expedited. In fact, that stand of trees is poorer than ours because the tar seal at the supermarket car park actually went over the tree roots, so they're in poorer health than the ones on the other side of the village.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I understand where you're coming from, so good on you. I'll hope I can support you in your endeavour.
Thank you.
Thanks, Manuela. Dave.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, Hilary. How are you going? I guess your last comment partially answered the comment that I want to reflect or ask, which is to what degree do the developments of the trust have impacted the vitality of the trees that I don't think it's a great report either, have with their vitality. What has been the intrusion on that? Obviously, given that those sort of trees have a larger root zone and now are unable to take up the nurturing from it. You've showed the pictures before, and if you're able to show them again, just of the stand of trees and the tar sealing and the buildings.
So we've been here for 37 years. And we haven't affected the vitality, apart from, I will concede that one of our contractors drove into the reserve when we were building our apartment block and did some superficial damage to one of the trees in the stand. But I couldn't tell you, compared to 37 years ago, what the trees were like at that point. But they've been there since then, with some falls during that time.
Cool, thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Any other hands up there? No? I'd just like to thank you, Hilary, for coming yet once again to our board and presenting to us on this issue. I think it's really important that we work towards some sort of resolve with the community and with council for the betterment in the future, and manage that risk and cost to the ratepayer along the way. So really appreciate you coming along and spending your time presenting again this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just hope that council staff will hear this instruction, because it is a big risk for our community, and I appreciate you giving me the time to voice this yet again.
Great, we'll have a discussion around this later with the information report. Thank you. Enjoy your day. Right. So next up we have Ruth Kerr. You there, Ruth? Ruth is here. She's a Kirikeri resident wanting to speak to the report for Whangaroa Road on page 220 of our agenda. Right,
yes, Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Sure. My name's Ruth Kerr. I'm here. We formed a group called the Friends of Whangaroa Beach Reserve following the lockdown of 2020, and when we went down to the beach and saw that there had been significant work done down there, and discovered that it was actually a conservation reserve. And so we formed a group and have since been fighting to protect that reserve. And I think, first of all, I want to thank the council for engaging so well in it. And I think that we're very pleased with the outcome of that in some respects, but just still have a few questions about the report that came out. And for me, what I really wanted to kind of talk about to you is the concerns about where the demarcation line will be in terms of bollards. So it's been suggested that there are bollards, which is fantastic, and signage. But we're very concerned about where those bollards would be. The report talks about an accepted space between the reserve and the neighbouring property, which they've sort of enjoyed nearly 40 years of proprietorial use of the reserve. So we're very keen to know where who is agreeing to that, an agreement between who over where that demarcation line is and where those bollards would go. And yes, so we would like to, there was nothing in the report that indicated that. And so as a concerned public group, we would very much like to know that before we go, wow, yeah, this is a fantastic outcome. We have never also that's in terms of that sort of license to occupy, that the adjoining landowner would be given a license to occupy, and yeah, where is that line? And also we've never been, because we've been not involved in any of the process of this, as council has sort of, legal services have worked their way through this issue. We don't know whether there were any consequences for the encroachments or the unconsented work that was done, and we would be interested to know about that. I've got here Bob Van Peers, who would like to speak too, and he's just got a few other issues. So unless there's any questions there are questions, Dave, yes?
Thank you, Ruth, for that. And some of your queries will be addressed later in the meeting. So we're live streaming. Your item 8.6 will be on before lunch later this morning. We will have the report writer present, I assume, at the time to actually address to speak to the report. So some of your queries may be answered there or dealt with, or it may be that they form part of the ongoing consultation process to resolve this issue. So yeah, we won't be answering those questions on the report writer's behalf, but I'm happy to take would you like your other speaker to speak now? Would you like to address Dave's question?
Yeah, well, I can address Dave's question quickly. Yeah.
Fine, okay. So have you finished, Ruth, or would you? Because we can take questions if you've finished. Okay, thank you. Dave.
Chair, thank you, Ruth, for coming along. I wasn't able to make the site visit earlier this week, but I have been down to the reserve many times with my partner and dogs. So I also share your disappointment that the report presented publicly doesn't show the demarcation of where the bollards and the resolution proposed would be. I just wanted to ask you two things. One, how do you feel, or do your members of the group feel when they visit this reserve?
It's been a very and continues to be an ongoing beach that we love and have spent, have swum there very often, but it continues to be a difficult process in terms of we feel that there is still some proprietorial attitudes down there that are at times cause anxiety, and we would very much like for that to stop and for us to be able to use it again in ways that that we don't feel that there is a kind of proprietorial attitude. Yeah, and I'm not sure what will resolve that. We very much try for there not to be any conflict and avoid it as much as we possibly can.
Sure, just one
Thanks, Ruth.
last query on page 223 of our agenda. It quotes around encroachments on council land. It talks about minor encroachments. Do you consider this to be a minor or major encroachment on the public reserve?
Well, I think Bob will speak to that, but I personally feel that they are not minor, but we always knew that there would be a negotiated settlement. So no, I personally and our group would not feel that they were minor, but we accept that a resolution had to be negotiated and that this is maybe as good as it gets. But Bob would like to speak to that. Dave, is that okay for him to come in now?
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you for your comments.
We have another question for you, Ruth, from Frank, if that's okay, before we move on. Frank.
Yeah, can I just ask, what for you and your group would you consider to be the ideal outcome?
I think we would like for the reserve to for it to be clearly delineated where I mean, we accept that there has been some negotiation over the deck and, you know, the beach in front of the deck, but we would like to see good signage and we would like to see good delineation through plantings, and so that it becomes a private space between the adjoining landowner and the reserve, and that we can use it without feeling that we are on someone's front lawn. Yeah, it needs to be clearly delineated.
Okay.
Thanks, Ruth.
Thank you.
Any more questions, Frank?
Not from me, no.
No other hands. Oh, no other hands up there, Ruth. So we'll move to Bob, if that's okay with you.
Yeah.
Thank you. You can put your camera on. We can't see you. You're welcome to put your camera on if you so choose.
Oh, you can't see Bob?
No, you've got your camera off.
Oh, it's showing that it's on. I don't know.
That's fine. We can hear you clearly.
Okay. I'll turn it on. It is, yeah. Can you see now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, good morning, Bob. Good morning to the chairperson and members of the community board and other people present. My name is Bob Van Peers. I live down on Inlet Road. Thanks for your time and attention to this issue. Access to the to the foreshore in the Bay of Islands is a big issue. It's a major issue for the people who live in the Bay of Islands. Many people feel it's incredibly limited. Whangaroa Beach Reserve is one of the few accessible pieces of the coast that the public can get to with ease. Both contiguous landowners on both sides of Whangaroa Road, so at 456 and 457 Whangaroa Road, have knowingly encroached onto the public reserve in the hope that the public won't really know where the boundary is. And generally, the public don't know where the boundary is. It's very difficult for the public to know where these boundaries are. So the Friends of Whangaroa Beach are very supportive of the recommendations in this report by Carla Ditchfield to installing bollards and signage to help the public know where the boundaries are. The report also suggests a license to occupy is required. On 456 property, topographical features exist, so it's quite pragmatic solution that, you know, perhaps the boundary needs to be put around a part of the hill that won't be sensible to fence to help. But with the property at 457 on the beachfront there is no topographical features or restrictions. It's a well-known pathway for developers who wish to achieve a particular goal, but no permits just won't be issued for it from either local or regional authorities to simply do what they want to do and then argue the point later. 456 owners were blunt. They just built a fence, and they just basically built a fence and kept people out. And it was, you know, a very blunt instrument they chose. The people on 457 are choosing a much more stealthily type of way. They are trying to do it with just, you know, positioning their deck just a little bit over the boundary, just a little bit into the reserve on 3 occasions, putting a fence a bit further along to try and enhance their sort of feeling of that they perhaps own more of the foreshore than what they're entitled to. So they're giving like a visual appearance that it is for their sole benefit, that it is their front yard. If a license to occupy is to be issued, we, as Ruth pointed out, we haven't seen the line. We don't know if this is a good idea at all. These recent additions can just as easily, the deck and the fencing, etc., can easily remove. They're fairly easily put there by builders. They can just as easily be removed by builders. So the actual line can be the full extent of the reserve. If the community board, these encroachments are given a license to occupy, the community board could easily be seen as to be condoning this type of development where a property owner will just simply do it without getting permissions and then argue the point later, pay the fee, pay the you know, whatever. This is an opportunity for the community board to give a clear signal to waterfront developers to do it by the book, not do it by stealth. The issue of cost must come into it. All these reports and all the trouble that's been created would not have existed if the property owners who are next to this reserve simply stayed on their side of the boundary. But the beach side of the boundary is for everybody to use, including them. But it is not, they just can't, yeah, the cost wouldn't be there if they had just stayed on their side of the boundary. The license to occupy for the sole benefit of the landowner, even for a minor encroachment, is actually a major encroachment because it's the foreshore and the beach. It's in short supply. They are not making any more of it. And the Bay of Islands people are really, really restricted on their access to this foreshore. So we really trust the community board will consider the future. And you have to consider your future generations, because if it's given over as a license to occupy, well, that's it. It's basically become private land.
Mm-hmm.
This is so, you know, we really thank you for putting your time to these deliberations, because it's an important one for the far future, not just today's event, but for your children, your grandchildren, their grandchildren. So look, thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
Thank you. And you're just about spot on time too, so well done. Thank you very much. Points taken, and I'm sure they will be addressed later in the meeting when we address the report.
And can I just
thank you.
What time is that likely to be? Do you think that you'll...
I don't have a time on it. It depends how we get through our debating on our funding applications, but it will be late morning because it's toward the end of our agenda. So it's actually the second to last item of the day.
Okay. All right.
But we're hoping to push through by lunchtime. So you'll just have to hang on and listen later on. You've got plenty of time to go for a coffee.
Okay. Thank you very much for hearing us.
You're welcome. Thank you for presenting. Right, next we have John Dunn. John, welcome. On the same, speaking to the same report on page 220. And John is the resident on lot 1 at 457 Whangaroa Road. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Cheers, thanks Belinda. Good morning to you all. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge members of the community board, their iwi and families they represent, and also like to thank Far North District Council. They've been very helpful when working through these issues. My name is John Dunn. My wife Jenny and I purchased 457 Whangaroa Road in January 2020. We have a home at Taupo Bay, so we've been Northlanders for many years, so we're not fresh off the boat from Auckland. We moved to Whangaroa in an attempt to retire, but we've ended up starting a couple of companies, and we now have 15 staff hired, and we just love investing in and being part of this community. We have full respect for the history and the beauty of this place. We've met with local hapu many times, Heritage New Zealand, and of course many of the locals as well, who have told us about the rich history of this area. Let's face it, we are all really only caretakers of the land, you know, where we are living. So we're fully aligned with the objectives of this report, and it's a well-written report to maximise the use of public space while balancing the needs of the local residents. And surely this is the goal, really, of every neighbourhood. So let's get to the issues of encroachment, supposed encroachment. Oh, I'll just show you. This is a typical summer day now down at the beach. We are ending up with hundreds of people coming down to Whangaroa Reserve. It is becoming a very popular place. So one of the things mentioned in the report is the boat shed. So the boat shed, remember, we've only been here 2 years. The boat shed was done 30 years ago. It was done with a consent, including the concrete slab out the front there. So that was inspected and signed off by council. So that's really a moot point. If you see, what we've done is just put, I mean, there's an idea of Bob that we're doing massive encroachments. We're not developers. We're not doing massive encroachments. We're just living in a very old house that we're giving a bit of a facelift to. So we put this piece of deck down the front here. Now, I use the council documents. I am a real stickler for the rules. I'm not trying to poach an inch of land that isn't fair and equitable. So there is this house outline is from council documents, and it has, you can see the measurements there from the corners of the house. So what I did was I measured accurately the line of the boundary according with the records from the council, and I just put this deck along here. So you can see there's a tiny little bit of encroachment there because of the red line. The red line is now the new survey that happened in 2021. So this deck was built before the new survey, and it was built with the best knowledge that we had from council information. The house itself obviously was built in the 1950s. It was actually beach access only, so there was no road down here. So the house was built, and then obviously 20 years later, fast forward, the subdivision was done. So the Esplanade Reserve was taken from the front of the house. So even the people who built the house has been there for 70 years. The house is not an encroachment. Just drawing the line as the council have there as they needed to do, but that's really just caused the encroachment of this deck area. So there was no intention whatsoever on the part of the people building the house to create an encroachment. And that's 48 years before we bought the property. So the boat shed and the historic encroachment, I mean, we've been there for 2 years. Recently, we had Thompson Survey come down to inspect the house and the reserve, and they have said, for the record, the deck and the construction of the house is in no way implementing access to the Esplanade Reserve. So just moving on to this allegation of unconsented work. I assume talking about the exotic trees that were on the road reserve. This work was taken out with a local contractor, and it was approved by roading. So the local contractor had traffic control, frequent council visits, and even visits from occupational health and safety. When we moved here, the council told us that there was no money to remove these trees, that they were condemned. I think one macrocarpa on the end, one had already fallen into the tide, and I'll show you the tree stump of that. But they were condemned and they were dangerous. But the council said, we have no money to do this work. So they said, if you want to do it, get approval and fill your boots. So that's what we've done. So we've spent $100,000 removing these trees. We did that out of our own pockets, and really it had no benefit to us at all because it's along the road reserve. And we've increased the number of car parks by 15. The thing we've noticed though in the last 18 months is there's been more than a 500% increase in the traffic coming to the beach. So people are coming to enjoy the area far more. People vote with their feet and they are coming to the area in droves. And we just have dozens of people coming up saying, I can't believe how much you've opened the area up. And it's just thoroughly appreciated. In the weekends now, on some weekend days, we're getting over 120 cars a day coming to the beach. This was all done at no cost to the council. So we did it because the council said we have no funding, there's no funding for this area. So we thought we were doing a civic duty, and as said, we did it with contractors and with all the rules. Look, we fully agree with demarcation of the reserve, and it should have happened a long time ago. Council said to us, look, get planting plans. We did that with Christine Hawthorne Landscape Architecture. So we spent over $5,000, and I agree with Ruth, a nice planted boundary. We wanted a boundary and a separation so people know this is the reserve and on our side that we feel safe. For me, a beach is like detox from the town. So in town, you have signs, bollards, concrete and wood. Surely that defeats the purpose of the rest and recreation coming to the beach if you have bollards and chains and signs. I'll just go
Excuse
down
me, John,
here.
that is your time. So if you want to flick through your pictures, in case there's a question or two, that would be great. Thank you.
Look, sorry, yes. Okay, so look, this is a before and after shot here. So people are implying that we have not opened up access to the beach. There were cactuses, hedges, and you can see we've opened up the beach there. Macrocarpa gone. These are only exotic trees and opened up. Those pine trees, Roding said, were rotten and were going to wreck the road. You can see it's a single lane road. We've now made it double lane and lots more car parks. There was a landslip going to the two eastern beaches, so you couldn't get to the eastern beaches unless it was below half tide. So that's all been cleared and opened up. Tree stump there, and so we've removed it. So this is just the planting plan. So the idea is instead of just using bollards and chains, we just use planting. So as you can see, it's a much softer barrier and very clear delineation. So we're all for this. Look, I mean, I just would say that, we have been under a tremendous harassment. A member of the public has said we are going to use the council to drive you out of this place and send you home. We've had death threats. We've had to call the police 6 times on this group who are just absolutely all about harassment. My wife hasn't lived in the house for the last 6 months because she's frightened of the harassment that we're getting. So we absolutely want a boundary, and we are really appreciative of the council and this report by making license to occupy and allowing demarcation. That is definitely very much what we're looking for. So look, really appreciate your time, and we just thank you for that.
Thank you, John, and thank you for that. Sorry to cut you off because it's a very good presentation. It always is when we get pictorials and before and afters. It really gives us an indication of what we're addressing in the report. So thank you very much for presenting. There is a hand up there. I'm not sure whose it is. I can't see whose it is.
Kia ora, through the chair. It's me, Madam Chair.
Manawai.
My internet's not that great, so
that's all right. Do you have a question for John?
The voice. Kia ora, John. I just wanted to ask a question so that we have more information moving forward. You mentioned the hapu. What is the name of the hapu in that area so that we can I understand this is a foreshore matter as well, so I just wanted to know, you mentioned them. What's the name of the hapu in that area? Do you know?
You're muted, John.
Sorry, I'm unmuted. Yeah. Sorry. So we've had Esther and Ian come on a number of occasions here and talk to us about the land and the history of the land. And we have Catherine Starr as well. So she's going to talk after me. So she is mana whenua and connected with the land very much as well. So we have great respect for that. And serendipitously enough, my brother-in-law is the kingmaker for Tainui, but I know we don't like Tainui up here, so I shouldn't mention that.
Oh, I'm actually Tainui, so I do love Tainui. Kia ora for that. So you don't, it's not on the tip of your tongue, but we can ask the next person.
Yes.
Who the name of the hapu is, and I do hear that you clearly have a lot of aroha for the whānau hapu and iwi there. And I wonder if the pronunciation is wharau.
Totoro,
And,
sorry,
if you,
yes. Yes, thank you.
Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Thanks, Manawai, and yes, hopefully your question will be addressed with the next speaker. Thank you, John. So the next speaker is with us. Would you like to introduce yourself? Joshna, do we have the next speaker lined up?
Be Catherine Starwood.
Catherine Starr.
Catherine Starwood.
Madam Chair, we do have a Catherine, external Catherine, who is signed in at the moment, but I'm not sure if she can unmute.
Is she in the lobby? Oh, she's in? Okay, Catherine. We'll just give you a minute, see if what.
Oh, there she.
Ah, we have a fresh
Hello.
face. Catherine?
Yes, yes. Hello
Hi.
there. Hello, everybody.
Welcome.
Hi.
Just through the
Thank you
chair,
very much.
if John Dunn wants to take his screen off.
I can't see John, actually. Oh, sorry, the pictures. Yes, right. Now we've got you, Catherine.
So you've just got my my camera up now, have we? That's all okay?
Yes, we can see and hear you clearly. Thank you. And you'd like to speak to the same report. Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to speak to the report. Okay, so first of all, thank you for the time. I'd like to acknowledge the Community Board for the transparency around this and giving us the opportunity to come together. And I'd also like to acknowledge the other speakers. My name is Catherine Starr. I have lived in this ward, in this area for a long time. On my father's side, my grandmother had owned this property since the 1930s, and prior to that, I'm connected as tangata whenua through my mother's side, through Ngāti Hoata. Now, I would like, first of all, I guess, to acknowledge that this has had this issue obviously has a lot of sensitivities and emotion attached to it, which I accept. And the issue of access to Moana has been topical in Kirikeri, in my understanding, for the last sort of 10 to 15 years, by my observation. So it is important. I have been fairly active in community matters for quite a while, as were my parents, and this one happens to be right on my doorstep, so thank you for the opportunity. I would really just like to make a couple of quick points. The first is that, yes, there have been some changes down there, and they've been very positive for public access, and nothing that's been done that I can see in respect of 457 has in any way reduced public access, and in fact it's quite the opposite. The taking down of those makapakas along the entrance as you drive down to the beach has moved it from being effectively a one-way access to two-way. The car parks have increased by number, I think the previous speaker John said 15, and I think it's probably important to note as well, for those that are trying to make a case for people trying to hold the land for themselves, that the plantings that were previously on that reserve were a big high hedge, a big high clipped hedge, and also sort of cactus-like planting. So it was quite hostile, you know, but those have been taken down, and it's now an open green space which is clearly visible and clearly accessed. So I would say that the changes there have been positive. I'd just like to support those and support the energy and skills and resources that have gone into making that happen. And the second thing I would like to say is I do support the report, I think, and I would like to again commend the Community Board and the staff for coming coming to this issue and grappling with it. It's difficult, it's sensitive, you know, there's a lot of very strong feelings. So we've grappled with it and come up with what I think is a very good report. And the only thing I would like to say is that I'd be really sorry, and I think it'd be a backward step to start putting up bollards and signages. It's not pie here. It's a little small, you know, country, quiet, beautiful access to natural with natural characteristics, and I would not want to see those. So with I think some appropriate soft plantings, I think that would, with natural plants obviously, would enhance the area and achieve the goal of delineating the areas without turning it into a little pie here. And I would also say that I am, conscious and aware of some of this harassment that has gone down there, which has been very serious. And I would like the community board and the council and any deliberations it makes to take true or due, I guess, say, make due respect for the landowners in that case. They have suffered quite badly from these things. It's been shocking to me that people could even act in this way, but it's happened and it's real, and I think we need to protect the interests of the privacy and security of the landowners in any decisions that are made. Without bollards and signage, that can be done. And I would also just like to acknowledge again how much opening up of land has been done. And I actually, if I've got time, I'm just going to go back to one point about what happened at 456 with the fence going up there. Well, my family lived in this area back in that time when that fence went up, the 50s and 60s. And at those times, fences went up just to allow grass for stock. There was no consideration that this was to grab more land. It was actually just a simple matter of fencing to where the natural topography went to allow stock. So I don't think it's fair to compare what happened at 456 with what's happening at 457. They're different issues. And in my view, both landowners have acted reasonably for the circumstances at the time. So that's all I have to say, Belinda. I must be well within my 5 minutes, am I?
I think you're right on time, actually, Catherine. Thank you very much. Now, I just wanted to clarify. So your surname is Starr Wood. 1 R or 2?
No, that was okay. It's 2 R's.
Yes, I thought so. Catherine Starr.
Yeah.
Okay. And Catherine, are you speaking
right.
on behalf? Are you representing mana whenua, or are you speaking just as an individual?
I'm definitely speaking as an individual. I just wanted to give my background with
sure.
Going back, to my whakapapa. And the John has dealt with Esther Strongman from Te Uri Hapu is the other one that was asked about, just to name the other hapu, but they're not represented here today. But just to answer the question, that is the name of the hapu.
Okay. Thank you very much. Esther Strongman, okay. So, Manawai, did that satisfy your question?
Kia ora, Esther, ngā mihi nui ki a koe. Thank you for clarifying. So, as far as you understand, the mana whenua in this area is, sorry, it's just that my sound isn't working very well.
That's okay.
We can hear you.
So, it's Te Uri Tanawha.
And you mentioned your hapu, did I hear that right? Ngāti Huata?
Huata? Yes, you did. That's correct.
Thank you. Just so I know that our kaimahi, our council kaimahi might be interested. And I think that there's definitely a contribution that mana whenua could make in this kaupapa. And thank you for asking our chair around the individual representation versus the hapu representation. Ngā mihi, kia ora.
Thank you. Any other questions for Catherine before we move on? Really appreciate you taking time out this morning, Catherine, to address us and enlighten us a little bit more on the issues and the subject of the report. And we'll be discussing, we'll have the report writer presenting to us later on this morning, as you heard earlier with the others, if you're wanting to listen into that discussion around the report.
I will.
Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Madam
Thank
Chair.
you all.
Yes.
There's one more speaker. It's Hugh Fenwick to speak on this.
Okay. On the same issue?
Same issue.
Thank you. Hugh.
Yeah, hi everyone.
Thanks, Catherine. You're welcome to stay and listen.
I will do, Belinda. Thank you.
Hi, Hugh. Welcome. We're yours for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I probably won't even take 5 minutes. I'm speaking as an advocate on behalf of John Dunn. And full disclosure, I was the real estate agent that facilitated the sale of the property in 2020. And I'm a little bit surprised to hear Ruth discuss the proprietorial attitudes from the Dunn family. And from the outset, John articulated his approach to what I perceive as a underutilized public asset. And clearly he, at the outset, wanted to beautify and encourage public use. I've been a resident in Kirikeri for decades. I've affair with the coastline here started back in the 80s, and totally agree with Bob Van Peers that the coastal access has been a very contentious issue. I would disagree with Bob, knowing the history of the property, that there has been a knowing encroachment, but that's not really what I'm here to discuss. So yeah, basically just speaking in support of the Dunn family, and certainly the people that I've spoken to, very appreciative of the efforts that have been made to improving public access. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
That's great, thank you, and appreciate you coming on and introducing yourself as the real estate agent. We don't meet many of you, we hear about you, so thanks, Hugh. I have a question for you from Dave Hookway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Greetings, Hugh. As a real estate agent, it's and I was a real estate agent for 5 years, but things have changed a lot since those days, and in particular, it's around knowing the boundaries and the details of the property. So I'm wondering what disclosures were made to the purchase in terms of the diligence of where the boundaries are on the property. And if I'm able to share my screen, if Madam Chair will allow me to do that.
Dave, I'm not sure that this relates to the report in any way.
Well, very much does, Madam Chair, because we've heard from the property owner that he was unaware of encroachments on the boundary and had gone from details of council map. So I'm happy to take up the issue in general discussion later on. But Mr. Fenwick has been the agent and is definitely a duty on the care of agents to be representing the information of the property.
Yes.
Yeah, hi Dave. So full disclosure regarding
Hugh, are you happy to address this, Hugh, now, or would you rather it be questioned to the report writer?
Yeah, look, I'm happy to just cover off briefly that
sure. Okay, go ahead then.
The demarcation showing on the documentation from the property file was discussed, and it wasn't totally clear. So the available documentation from the council property files were certainly disclosed and discussed with John during that time in 2020. And John then went to council to do his own due diligence to get some clarification around that demarcation. Certainly when the Esplanade Reserve was vested to council, that boundary went over a portion of an existing deck, and around that. So John, he got that, and he did go to council to seek clarification.
Just one last question then. I'm looking at my screen on the Far North District Council reserves and protected areas, a resource that's freely available to public. I've got another window open that shows public domains and walking areas, and both those maps, it quite clearly shows the boundary of the reserve and its encroachment, or the house's encroachment on those. So I'm a little bit confused as to why it would be very difficult for someone not to know buying was obviously a multi-million-dollar property to have looked at those very publicly accessible maps. Then they were available in 2020. I know that because I looked at the maps when I first visited Wharo to get some clarity as to what public areas were available around Kirikeri. I've lived here 25 years and I've also found the frustration of looking for areas that I could go out and enjoy a little walk with our kuris. So I just wondered whether that's a council resource that you've been familiar with in your time as both a local and as a real estate agent.
Yes, I'm very familiar with them.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. And that's your time, Hugh. Thank you very much.
Oh,
yes.
I just
yes.
Sorry, I was. Is Hugh? Are you still there, Ehua?
Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Yes,
so
yes.
Are you still a real estate agent at the moment?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay. Kia ora. Now, our council and definitely our board, one of the priorities moving forward is increasing and supporting spoken and written te reo. If you've seen our agenda, you'll see that we've got our karakia is in te reo and our headings are all in te reo. And I noticed you said Kirikeri before, and I thought you are probably welcoming lots of different and new people into the area, and I'd like to challenge you to say Kirikeri, which is more enhancing pronunciation of our whenua in Kirikeri. And that's all I wanted to say to you. Aroha, kia koe, and have a wonderful day.
That's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Hugh, and thank you for coming and addressing us this morning. And like the others, you're welcome to sit and listen to the report writer later in the meeting. Right, that wraps up our yes.
Yeah, there's no deputations today.
No deputation today. Oh,
yeah.
so we were going to have Paul and Philip from Healthy Families Far North come and give us an update.
Yeah.
But that's now not happening. So thank you very much for that, Joshna. So no deputation today. Yep. So we'll move on to confirmation of the minutes. Item 6.1 on page 10. Now, are my pages the same as the virtual? Are my pages? Yes.
Can I just ask, through the chair, Joshna, have Phil and Paul not been able to come because of a health issue with Phil again? And if it is, could we just send our best wishes from the board? Because this is the second time they haven't been able to come, and I'm aware that he had a health issue before. And I just wanted to jump on that.
I've received an email which said that they do not have kaupapa to liaise with.
All right, then.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much. Aroha mai, Belinda.
Thanks for bringing that to my notice. I wasn't aware that he was unwell. Right, so moving on to confirmation of the minutes. I just wanted to clarify, I'm talking to page 10, item 6.1, as I'm looking at a written agenda. Are the page numbers the same on the online? I don't want to confuse you all for the next couple of hours. What is the page number for item bottom 6.1, Joshna? Can you just scroll up a bit? I can't quite see it. No.
What are you looking at, Belinda?
That's on page 10, Madam Chair.
Page 10, right, correct. Thank you. That's what I was after. Okay, so we are on page 10. So I'll move the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirm the minutes of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board meeting held on 3rd of March 2022 are a true and correct record. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Lane.
Lane.
That's Lane Ear. Sorry, Joshna. She's still getting used to our voices, which is something we don't really think about. We can't see each other. Any amendments or alterations around those minutes? Then I'll put it to the vote. I'm in support.
So am I.
I have to abstain because I wasn't present at the last meeting. Manuela?
Aye. Bruce? Right. Where are you,
Frank?
Frank, yes.
Aye. Hilda?
Aye.
So Dave, you were also absent, so you're abstaining from confirmation of those.
No, Madam Chair, I wasn't attending to the meeting. If you look at the minutes, I was there. I was in and out only because I was also concurrently
That's right, you
working.
were. That's right.
But I have noted
Stand
that
corrected.
I have voted.
Thank you. So that's carried. Thank you. Right, moving on to item 7.1, page 17. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board note the reports from Chair Belinda Ward, Deputy Chair Frank Owen, and members Lane Eyre and Bruce Mills. Do I have a mover?
Yes.
Bruce, seconder. Bruce Mills.
Manuela.
Seconded by Manuela Kamuhonel. I would just like, before we get into this, to ask for the removal of the resource consents or replacement of updated resource consents. I think this is the third consecutive month, Manuela, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that we've had the same resource consents listed. I appreciate they're put in here as an example of a way forward and how we're meant to be addressing resource consents, how staff are notifying us, and I would just like to draw attention to the fact that we don't need all those resource consents printed off in there. One example, if you want to give an example, would suffice. I think we're pretty well clear on that process. Right, moving on to
Chairman,
my... yes,
Lane, I'm sorry,
Lane.
I'm looking for my hand there. There was a notation in the front on page 17, and I think it's from Aisha, talking about resource consents and listing a number of them and saying that they would be covered in our reports. I have a bit of a problem because I'm not sure I received 2 of them. So if they're going to put them in, then please note to who they were sent and when, if we could.
Yes, at our last meeting, I think it was our last meeting, we requested or we had a discussion around the benefits of dating the resource consents.
Yep.
Which would actually make it a lot easier for us to track them. They're not particularly easy to find when you go searching for them necessarily, but we don't need to have these historic consents listed in the future. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we'll note that for future reference.
Thank you. Any questions on my report? There is the one resource consent there, you'll note. That's actually an external planner dealing with that, and it is a large development in Selwyn Road, very large apartment development that's been in the pipeline for quite some time, and this was additional information with some amendments following on as part of the consultation process of the consent. So excellent feedback from the planner dealing with it. Right, I'll move on to Frank. Any questions for Frank?
Yes, me, please.
Yes, Manuela.
Actually, no, an apology, Frank. For the survey that you are trying or will be conducting, and I promised you I'm going to do it, and then I went on holiday. Is it too late?
No, it's not too late.
Okay.
And thank you for raising it, Manuela. I have drawn up a list. We have, just give you a bit of background. There are 64 councils in New Zealand if we leave Auckland to one side. 40 of them have community boards, 24 don't. So I've now sat down and been quietly putting together, and it's been a bugger of a job, a list of all community board members in the country, and have been progressively sending surveys out to them, the questionnaire. And I'm starting to get responses, and it's fascinating. The reactions I am getting are really, really interesting. And what I'm keen to do is to try and get as big a response as I can, because some of the conclusions that I think I'm going to draw from this on the early returns would strike a massive chord with all of us sitting around this table, our other community boards, and would be an education for people who perhaps don't appreciate quite as much what community board members do. So thank you for that, Manuela. And please, guys, can I ask you if you could, and I appreciate we're all busy, but the initial responses are fascinating, but I don't want to write a report based on a low response rate. So the more responses I get, the more credibility it will give to my report when it's drafted. I said I'm not going to make any comment until it's finished, but I will give you a little taster. I have asked questions about how satisfied community board members are, how rewarding they find the role, and so on. Now, will it come as a surprise to any of you, the community boards who have the most delegated authority from their councils are in fact the happiest and most rewarding boards to be on? Now, as you can imagine, I would like a heap of evidence supporting that view. And of course, if I find out the final result is most community boards get very limited delegations and therefore they are very unhappy boards, I actually get the same result as I do when there are massive satisfaction and massive delegation. So please, and again, thank you, Manuela, and please, guys, I really would appreciate it.
Can I be part of your research team, please?
Certainly you can.
Excellent. Thank you. I'll be in touch.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate what you're doing. This is, yeah, no, wrong words. It's great.
Well,
so apologies from myself too. How many of our board have returned your survey, Frank?
That would be.
I'm being blunt here because I think we do need to. We do need to participate. And apologies.
This way, very few from our board.
I'm losing you. So you've
No,
frozen. Sorry, Frank.
No, I haven't had a response from any of our members. I can't say I've been too worried about that because if you do bear in mind, I sent you the original one as a pilot. And you may have thought, well, look, we'll wait till he's got it finished and then he can send us the final one and we'll do it. But the interesting point, the reaction I'm getting from community board members around the country to me doing this, there's a huge amount of enthusiasm for someone to sit down and collectively, what do community board members in this country as a group think? Now, I've sat in, Belinda, as you know, the other day on that council preparing its submission to the working group. And I was a little disappointed and said so, and then found myself muted. So we'll move on.
Oh.
Yes, we will. But we will all. We will all. We will all promise to take some time out and fill in that form. Thanks, Frank. Any more questions for Frank in relation to his report? No, so I'll move on to Lane. Lane, do you want your report just taken as read? Anything you wanted to address or any questions?
I can't imagine that anybody would not read it.
Oh.
Hey? Golden words of wisdom.
No questions for Lane there?
No.
Okay. And we have Bruce. Bruce has disappeared out of the picture, but I'm sure he's in the room. Oh.
The elephant in the room. You've done your lot, haven't you?
I have.
Oh, you have. Well
having
done.
a sneaky morning tea. You two are terrible together, aren't you? Any questions for Bruce?
I don't have a question for Bruce, but I do have a comment to make after this.
No questions for Bruce? No, but we were unanimous on our site after our site visit to Wharo Bay, the beach, the other day, that we're not going to listen to any of your rodent complaints anymore. We were challenged with the dusty, hilly, corrugated road.
I'll
None
invite
why.
you to come and drive our roads too, then, if you believe
yeah,
yours
we-
are bad.
and our
Open to
Matawai
can
and
of
Mostai
worms.
roads as well, whānau.
Basically,
I
Anna, why?
just noticed,
oh, excuse me.
sorry, Bruce, did you have something to add?
Yeah, I'd just like to comment on that one because obviously we're all frustrated with the state of our roads. But I mean, that's what I'm saying about my complaints about our road, because to me, they're just representative of all the other complaints around the district, and they are exceptionally frustrating. Exceptionally, if you look at my RFSs, none of them have been replied to. There was one that I did speak to a certain roading manager just recently about our flood markers again on Amenity Road, which I'm an expert on. And for the second time, they have come back and replaced them with the standard road markers, which I'll put a date in my calendar when it was on my diary when it was put in there. And it's going to be interesting. I noticed this morning as I went past, one of them has already got a crimp in it. So the kids have just started to work on them. False economy. But what's frustrating is that staff are not listening to the board members, and we have our local knowledge and we know where the strengths and weaknesses are. It is absolutely shocking. I've got a big blowout just above my house there on the drain. Now, a roading contractor who lives across the road from it said to the Fulton Hogan, that will not be big enough. You need to open that up more. Sure enough, it's blown out. We've got bloody great rocks all over the road. Just total frustrating. They're not listening to the people. And I think this is something that council has got to take on board.
Another RFS, Bruce.
We are knowledgeable.
I just want to clarify my comment earlier. It wasn't the residents that complained about the road. It was this townie girl going out there on a very dry day. So,
excuse me, Madam Chairman, I purposely left my car dusty. I did not wash it because Mr. Mills parks next to it. So I thought I'd make the point.
Thank you very much. I felt, really.
Your ears would have been burning, Bruce. Manawai, did you have a question for Bruce?
Not for Bruce. I should have mentioned this back in the minutes, but I didn't catch it fast enough. In our minutes, we've got CRS noted in favour motions and before our names. And I just asked in the chat what that was, and it had councillors next to our names. And so I don't know if we need to change those minutes. And moving forward, do we make sure that we don't have them in the next minutes?
Through the chair, we clear out those things. We noticed that too. We apologise. Usually we put in member instead of councillor. So we'll make sure that that's noted and changed. Thank you.
Thanks, Whānau.
An upgrade, free upgrade. Dave.
Madam Chair. Okay.
Yes. Joshna, you wanted to address
Yeah,
that?
that Dave Hookery has his hand up for a while now.
Yep, I see it.
Thank you. Bruce, is there an update on the amenity lighting at all? That's been a constant feature in your reports, and the frustration is apparent. So have the lights been repaired?
No, not that I know of. I haven't been down there late at night, but the last time I was through there in the evening, no, the lights were just in the same state. And there's a bit of a story which goes with the blue lighting. Years ago, the company that supplied them in Wellington, he passed a comment to me, well, at least I won't have to hear from you again, Bruce. He says, these will last forever. There was a fault in them which has been identified. They are leaking water, and I think that's why the bulbs are blowing. But I've been telling Mackay's of that, so they've got an argument to go back to the supplier. It's pretty frustrating, very frustrating.
Thanks, Bruce. So just, Madam Chair, just wanted to note, and maybe it will come up when we look at our latter part of the agenda, that it is about a year ago that we received a delegation or a staff report from our procurement staff, and it was requested at meeting that, and it was noted in my last members report, that we were supposed to be provided with copies of levels of service for some of the key contracts in our area. And I believe that I haven't seen anything like that. So can we perhaps pick that up later on?
Thank you. Manuela?
Yes, Dave, you took the words out of my mouth. It is a problem, a massive problem with KPIs from contractors. We saw it yesterday again in Russell. with rubbish collection ongoing, piles of rubbish not getting picked up, contacting council, and the reply I'm getting is, oh, we need to work with the contractor and it could take a while. I mean, these contracts have been allocated or given out years and years ago, and they're still not being carried out properly. It's a massive time waster and especially money waster. So yeah, we need to address it again, hopefully later in the meeting.
And a monitoring issue.
Sure.
Monitoring and enforcement. Right, so moving on, we'll vote on that report. I'm in favour. Lane?
Yes.
Manuela, yes.
Yes, Bruce. Frankie.
Aye, kia ora.
Aye, Dave, thank you.
That's carried. Right, moving on, item 7.2. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approve the relocation and installation of the Kirikeri Domain Playground to Totoro North Hall Reserve. Do I have a mover?
Yep.
Bruce move, Lane second.
And I'm seconding it.
So it was Bruce moved and Lane
And Lane second, thank you.
Okay,
Don't fight, you two. So this is the reinstallation of the playground to Totoro North, and the support for this in the community plan, which the community board received, is highlighted in a couple of places, but I think predominantly on page 57 in the Totoro North community plan. Yeah. The support for it. They're not asking us for any money at this stage. They may come to us for funds. I believe there is money to slightly upgrade and titivate. Bruce, have you been involved in this process? You will be probably if you're not.
Sorry.
Catherine,
Yes, I have
Truen.
been.
I was just going to say, Madam.
Catherine's got her hand up. Catherine.
I was just going to say, Madam Chair, we do have an application. They've sent it through to me for review, and that will be at the next meeting.
Okay, thank you. I thought that might be the case. Okay, my only concern, Manawai question.
I can wait till the end, Madam Chair.
Oh, just was going to raise, you may have had a similar query. On page 46, I noticed in their community plan that one of their priorities, priority number 1, was, if I can find page 47, it was actually around, bottom of page 47 was around reducing dust levels. Remember, those of you will recall going to Totoro North Hall to meetings there, and the unsealed road that borders the hall and that site where the community garden was, and I'm assuming that's where the playground's going to go, somewhere in that area. Just wanted to ask Bruce whether or not any sealing has been done on that road, and if not, how they will deal with dust mitigation if we're going to put a playground there. I'm just concerned about the children and the health issues really in that environment.
No, the road has been sealed. They've done a really good job. They've actually, at the far end of that road also, there was a big issue with a raised bridge and you couldn't see over it. And they have built that up as well. So, no, I think, I mean, you're obviously getting complaints from everyone, but no, I think in general, that one has been satisfied.
Excellent. So there's no big giant clouds of dust there now in that environment. Excellent. Wonderful. Thank you. Manawai.
Kia ora. I'm quite excited to see this because I imagine you're going to need a playground engineer installer to install this playground, and aroha mai whānau, but Taumata Makuku also needs a similar installer. So if there is going to be one assigned to our whānau up at Totoro North, can we concurrently assign that also to Taumata Makuku? That's what I just thought I'd mention for our whānau in Moerewa. Kia ora.
2 for the price of 1 if the staff are listening. Okay. Moving on, item 7.3, page, we'll put that to the vote, that report. Sorry, Joshna. I'm in support.
Oh, just 1 minute. My screen seems to have frozen here. There we go.
I'm in support. Lane?
Certainly. Lane? Yes.
Yes, Manuela.
Yes, Bruce.
Yes, Frank.
Aye, kia ora.
Yes.
And Rachel's absent. She abstains anyway. Thank you. Moving on. Item 7.3, page 62. I'll move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receives the report entitled Statement of the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board Community Fund Account as at 31st of December 2021. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you, Frank.
Frank.
You're getting good, Joshna, picking
Yeah.
those voices. Thank you. Any discussion around this? We've still got a number of funds to be uplifted. And we also, you'll note that we have the $10,000 for the Kawakawa Community Development Plan, which is further on in our agenda, which we had tagged in the previous financial year. Any discussion? No? I'll put that to the vote.
Yes. Can I just quickly
Manuela?
ask about, maybe I'm not seeing it, Catherine. The rescinded money from the car park thingy disaster.
Top of page 63, that $8,000.
Oh, it is there. I didn't look properly. Never mind, never spoke. Sorry.
I know why.
Kia ora, can I just get a confirmation if everything's been provided for that 3,077 for the 100 Wasser vault?
I believe that has been. I need to double check on that one. No, what it was is they haven't signed the letter and sent it back. What they have to do is sign the letter of offer and return it to us. And they had signed the one for the $10,000, but not the $3,000. Kelly and Laurel and I think every man and his dog has been chasing up on this one. So I'll go back to them and say, well, as soon as you send the letter, I can give you the purchase order number.
Who is the?
If they don't provide that, oh, sorry. Sorry,
No, no.
Madam
Who are we waiting on, Manuai? Do you think to actually sign that?
Well, I just had a question about that. If they don't follow through, does that money go back in, and then another group can apply for that, or?
The resolution stays in place at this stage. The purchase order has been raised, so that money is held, the same as it was for the
10,000.
For the car park one, and then we can just do a resolution to rescind. But I think, because I have been chasing it in the last month, that they've just about sorted themselves out.
I asked because the original application was for 30,000, and I understand that we have funds in our account at the moment in our end of year.
Excuse me, Manuai. Bruce and Lane, you're talking over the top of Manuai. You're not muted. Thank you. Sorry, Manuai. Continue.
And I'm aware that, I'm just aware that the original application is for 30,000, and if we have the funds and they are able to apply for more, and our committee is feeling affectionate to that potential application, then I would like to convey that to them, if that's something that I can do.
I'm
not
slightly
negating all of the
confused.
effort that everyone has done in trying to get the $3,000 to them. I'm just aware that we have a lot of money left over at the moment. And I'm being cheeky by asking for more, potentially.
Well, at
Good on
any
you.
time they can apply for funding. There is nothing precluding them applying for additional funding at any time.
Correct.
I know, but we do suffer application fatigue. Aroha mai whānau, and to our public who may be listening, this is the real deal. We like to provide seed funding. That's what I would like to say. So multiple applications are not always helpful because it's not clear it's a seed funding moment.
And I think you've raised you've raised a very interesting point in these difficult times, actually, Manawai, because I have had that discussion, and so with Manuela as well. You know, we have part of our responsibility with our funding applications is to ensure that the project is likely to succeed. And if we are going to, which we have done in the past with so many event applications, sorry, I don't know why I'm going dark. The ability to actually complete a project is painfully prolonged if funds are insufficient. So I'm only one vote, but please bear that in mind when we are funding in these difficult times. Fundraising is becoming more and more difficult, and we need to complete projects, and we need to get behind communities that are actually enthusiastically doing things and assist them in succeeding.
And,
so
and those who've had a track record of completing projects in the past, so I just foreshadow that I might make a phone call after this whānau, aroha mai. Kia ora.
Okay, moving on. I'll put this to the vote, this report. Thank you. I'm in support. Lane?
Yeah. Yes.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes. Frank, yes.
Kia ora.
Yes.
Right, carried. Thank you. So now we'll move on to item 7.4. I'm going to deal with these individually. Starting with page 72.
Through the chair, can we have a mover on these?
Yes, I'll move. Would somebody like to second?
Manuela, second.
Thank you, Manuela.
Taking the mic off.
To get this on the table, and we will go through them A, B, C, D, E. I say A, B, C, D, E. Right, so starting off on page 72 with the Kirikeri Anzac services. I would just like to say, Catherine, that the information, the additional information in this report, the board has requested in the past that we don't submit applications that are incomplete. And we have been asking that for quite some time, and yet here we're faced with an incomplete application. So I just wanted to note that, for you to note that we didn't receive any financials, or upon reading the application, an organisation should know if they're registered for GST or not. They said they were unsure and there was no financials in there. I did find the two quotes, sorry, that I looked at, that I said I couldn't find. I did find the quote for a couple of costings there. So with no amount put on the bottom of the form there, and $5,000 as a suggested amount recommended by you, I'm not sure whether we should be actually addressing this application, is my sentiments.
Yeah,
Can you speak to that, please, Catherine?
Absolutely, through the chair. The reason that I put this forward partly is because of what it is for, which is the Anzac Day service. They contacted me after closeout day. So I did make an exception purely because this is the last meeting before Anzac Day. So whichever way they go, whether you decide to grant them funding or not, this is their only opportunity to be heard by you unless we call a special meeting. There have been a lot of fingers in this pie on their side. So trying to contact people can be challenging. I know Brendan works during working hours. Anne-Marie Mills has been very involved in this, and I've still been trying to get a straight answer about whether anyone at the Kirikeri RSA, which does still exist, even if it doesn't have its own place, is actually involved in providing any funding. So I said I would put the application forward. That's all I feel I could do at this stage, and most of it was purely because of what it was for.
Thank you, Catherine. So I'm just going to ask of the board how you feel about receiving this application for consideration. We do have many really special events that happen across the district and in our ward from time to time that are incomplete and don't meet timeframes and can't meet deadlines for funding applications. So I'm putting it back in your hands as to whether you want to discuss this. I wasn't happy with the application, and when I did the preview of the agenda, and it said that the application was incomplete and that we were going to receive more financial costs prior to the meeting. I was sort of left a little bit in limbo. So thoughts, please, on whether we should just put this to the vote or whether we should be discussing this. Do we want to make an exception to the rule and accept this application? Frank?
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about the whole thing. I mean, point number one, I think it is really important that we acknowledge Anzac Day. Very happy for us to be involved. But this application has me sitting feeling somebody seems to be throwing something together. I'm not quite sure what is happening. I'm not quite sure who's actually running it. I've had emails from Anne-Marie Mills. I've seen this application. I listened to the guy this morning, and I'm just feeling uncomfortable about the whole process. Lane, for example, I understand you're a speaker at the Kirikeri one. Do you have any more information that can help us clarify what the hell's going on?
Thanks, Frank. At this stage, I'm just looking for indication as to whether we want to actually decline this based on the grounds of an incomplete application.
No, I understand that, Belinda, but what I'm saying, yes, I don't feel capable of making that decision until I have a better understanding.
Okay. Lane, are you in a position to speak to this?
I've got my hand up, Madam Chairman.
Yeah, but everyone else has too. I'll go with you next.
I'm quite happy to go at the end. I'll defer to Mr. Hookway and Manuela.
Okay. Dave.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Catherine, for answering one of the more pressing questions I had, which was around the involvement of the RSA and the funding that they have that they could have put towards us as well. So I'm concerned the other point, I guess, on the application is that the Monique hasn't signed it as well. I mean, we've made and set the guidelines as to what we expect our applications. This is in no way around not supporting a community event. I grew up on attending Anzac Day services from a child. My brass band marched in the main service and did the dawn service, and we did a dusk service. Both my father and grandfather had been in the wars as well. But you've asked a question around, does this meet the standard of what we've got to have? And I don't think it does. Thank you.
Thanks for your comment, Dave. Manuela, would you like to go next?
Yes, thank you. I was just like, I'm curious how often council or community boards do actually fund Anzac Day events.
In the last 3 years that I've been doing this, Te Huku Community Board has funded, this was pre-COVID, I think it was $500 towards one of the Anzac services at, I want to say Te Ahu, so Kaitaia, and that has pretty much been it. We don't usually get applications, so we don't usually fund it.
And thank you, Catherine. And don't get me wrong, I've only been here for 25 years in New Zealand, and the Anzac Day for me was something really new. Why do you need to advertise an Anzac Day event for $5,000? Maybe Lane can help us. That's my comments. And yeah.
Manawai, did you want to comment before?
Just to support the questions that have already been put to the floor. I know our other communities managed to put on Anzac Day services with contributions from other community groups and things like that. You know, the Kawakawa one is really big, but I don't believe it would come anywhere near to $5,000. I just I worried that the application was actually for 12,000 or something like that.
8,100 is the amount in the end.
Thank you.
That's all.
Any other comments, or we'll go to Lane? Bruce?
Yeah, it's a pretty frustrating one, this one. I believe there have been a lot of issues. I've known a little bit about the history. Yeah, I'm not a stickler for rules, as you probably realise. And I look at this one here, and I think that they're probably Kirikeri is very fortunate to have a group who have stepped up to take over at the last minute from a group that should have responsibility for it. So I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I'd support that we carry on with this application.
Thanks, Bruce. And Lane?
Yes, Madam Chairman, other members of the board, the RSA is in Kirikeri. I'm not. Most of you would be aware they had buildings and large property holdings and everything else, and managed to, through possible combinations of bad advice and bad management, end up with no buildings and a bunch of cash. There is a trust that holds the what was left of the monies from the sale of their property. There's a small group who drink at the local tavern or hold their meetings at the local tavern. I'm sure they do other items than just drink. They approached the council, as some of you will be aware, for the council to run the Anzac Day service, because they were feeling, I gather some of the terms they used were age and lack of organisation to run it themselves. The council, of course, gave them the information that we were not in the business, and I think appropriately so. We were not in the business of running events. We fund them. So a group, including Anne-Marie Mills, who was part of RSA, has been for some number of years, and there's some fracturing going on, has the support of National, has the support of the Trust, has the support of the regional group, and in fact they have been used to build they're funding the memorial wall in the Kirikeri domain at no cost to the council or anything else. So that's going on to be ready for Anzac Day. So there was a large rush, if you will, for a group to be put together to run Anzac Day for this year and hopefully next year. And that ended up being the cadets and the scouts. And they were kind of thrown off the deep end, and they're providing tents, sound systems. And if you go through the additional information, that's where most of the money's going. They also allowed for vast amounts of security, because if they were going to get a large turnout, they were prepared to break the groups down into groups of 50 or 100. And Dave, forgive me, I'm a bit out of date with the red light and the orange light and whatever was required. But that's where their money was going. They're also grasping, they're not sure how much, they're getting quick quotes and they've been thrust into it. Personally, I'm supporting it because it's time for the community to have a recognition of people that serve our community. So I'm 100%, and if it's possible to be 120% in favour. I just think we're looking at a group that were thrust into it and they've done the best they can. And if we're not going to support it, I think that'll be a shame.
Thanks, Lane. Any further comments? On this? Okay, well, with that in light, obviously there is a desire to move from some of you to move ahead with this. So I'm going to put this recommendation to the vote, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $5,000 plus GST if applicable to be paid from the board's community fund account to Kirikeri Scout Group for costs towards 2022 Kirikeri Anzac service to meet the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, proud, vibrant communities, And I just had a thought that we haven't seen any bank statements. I'm not even sure where the money would go. But anyway, I'm putting it to the vote. And I'm a no.
I'm a yes. It's Lane.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes. Frank, yes.
Yes.
I feel you.
I'm a no, and I'd like it noted the reasons why I'm against that in the terms of the lack of information in the report as not being satisfactory to consider at this stage.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, people.
Is that everyone? Okay. And I didn't have a seconder for that, I don't think. Josh, can you just clarify that? I moved it.
I'll second it, Madam Chairman, in retrospect.
Thanks, Lane.
Manuela had seconded it.
Oh,
Manuela?
Yeah.
We did the whole lot at once, so we're going to take those all as given.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Okay, so we move on to the second application, page 78 for Life Education Trust. So I'll put that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $10,000 plus GST if applicable will be paid from the board's community fund account to Life Education Trust for costs towards school visits to meet the following community outcomes: communities that are healthy, safe, connected and sustainable, and proud, vibrant communities. Discussion around this? Dave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess in the presentation this morning, I already noted, previously noted, lack of up-to-date information on this, and also the fact that I'm not clear as to what the benefit will be to our ward. I have concerns the fact that even through COVID, that wages continued to be paid. Our applications normally require where there's PAYE and other financial information, that it's not there, and I think you noted that in the previous discussion item about who we would pay to the Scouts. And I guess the last thing that I look at is the information that's on. It doesn't have the page, but is in the bank account balances, to note that there's 167,000 in one account, another 28,000 in another account, and 34,000. So I see they're a very well-resourced group, and you know, at this stage, I've seen that the sort of mahi going on the ground by local groups like Healthy Families would probably be a lot more enhanced if we're able to direct this sort of funding to them. So for that intents and purpose, I was going to move that we actually deferred this item pending more information. But I think on the basis of the financial information there, I'm against it, and that's how I intend to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Maybe we shouldn't have upgraded Harold. Manuela.
No, I've forgotten what I wanted to ask. God, that's great, isn't it?
That's all right. Any other questions?
We'll come back.
We'll come back to you. So there is consideration about letting this lie on the table. I was interested to note, you go before you forget.
Did they apply to any other community boards?
They've applied for $10,000 from each of the 3 community boards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are we allowed to know what they decided, the other community boards?
I'm afraid I don't know. Kim's been looking after those ones, so I'd need to go find out.
That's all right. Thank you.
Why?
I think that when people apply to us for money, they should know, you know, when we have sports groups who apply for money and some of the events are outside of our
ward area.
Yeah, but the people live in our ward, out of that team or out of that event, and then we fund based on the people living here who's attending. Well, I think, you know, Dave's question about who the schools are in our ward, they should know that. When they come to this, they should have that information and be able to read it for us. When they come in here without knowing which exact schools are in our ward, I feel like they're just coming to with the EFTPOS card to draw down some funds. I don't know why, but it feels like they don't care about our tamariki enough to know that information or our ward. It's not easy for us to, that's a lot of money that they're asking for. So I think I was disappointed to hear that. Kia ora.
Yes, I share those sentiments, Manawai. Dave, in relation to your question about what schools they were going to, I didn't pick up that this was 2017. I assumed that that was the list of schools that they were going to be going to, and there was a number of key schools in our area that actually weren't on that list in 2017 either. So, Lane. You're muted.
There we go.
We're away.
Sorry.
Okay, I missed the point that it was 2017, but on that list there was 11 schools in our area, I think, if I'm correct, and I looked down the list. So even if there's few variations, now I think it's yeah, I think they are representing the schools fairly well. I know they do a lot of good work. Speaking to children who are attending these classes, and they do get a lot of reassurance and feel a lot safer for the education that this trust is giving out. So yeah, I like supporting them.
So you counted 11 out of 64 schools. I just wanted to point out, and then there's preschools, and there's not a great percentage in our ward. It's not even a third, and I would have thought there'd be more. But anyway, let's move on. I'm going to put the recommendation, unless I have any foreshadowed amendment there, that we approve the sum of $10,000 plus GST, if applicable, be paid from the board's community fund account to Life Education Trust for costs towards school visits. I'm against. Lane?
Against.
Manuela against.
Bruce for.
Frank against.
Now you made me feel bad.
Against.
And I'm against as well. Thank you.
So that is lost. And we move on to C. We have the Taka Thompson Sailing Trust on page 85 for the sponsorship for one student to attend. They also have requested from each of the boards to sponsor one student on the training voyage. Do we have any discussion around this, Manuela?
Yes, do we, before we vote, or I don't know, maybe after, when we know the outcome of the vote, because they say either the board can choose the tamariki or the trust will do it. Is that a part that we need to talk about within the board, what the decision is on that? I'm in favour of the trust to choose a person and tell us all about it, but I would like to see that this person will give us a report back, how their trip went and what they learned and what they got out of it.
Great. Manawa, you're nodding in support. Dave, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to refer to the Outward Bound scholarships that we supported, which was an awesome cause, and this is a very cheap application. I mean, I'm of the mind to want to actually double it and support two tamariki o rangatahi from our rohi. So I want to know whether we're actually able to move a higher amount to enable that sponsorship to happen.
Good point, Dave. The ratepayer does contribute in another way because Whanau Holdings also, I think, support one person as well.
They support a whole trip, the whole boat.
The whole boat.
Whole
there you
boat,
go.
yeah.
So the ratepayer is contributing in a roundabout way, shall we say, which is fabulous. Lane. You're muted, sorry.
trouble with that mute button. I need a remote control. I'd just like to support Dave. I'd like to see us sponsor 2 children. So I would put an amendment that we make it for whatever twice that amount is, 4,000,
just under 5,
4,800 or something.
And I would second that.
There you go.
4922, is it?
I defer to your mathematics, ma'am.
Don't refer to my brain at the moment. Double, we'll just say double.
Double. Yeah. Catherine, can you advise us there?
Have you got your calculator there, Catherine?
It is
Making me do
4922.
maths is cruel.
Yes, well, I could not be so lazy and reach for one.
It's
I'm sure.
4922, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That wasn't too bad for an old girl, was it? Okay, so any more discussion around this? I'm going to put your hand still up,
Jocelyn,
Lane.
I
Was that
apologise that the chairman referred to you as an old girl. I really do.
okay, Lane? You can put your hand down now, Lane. I'm going to put this to the vote. So
Okay.
that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves the sum of $4,922 plus GST if applicable to be paid from the board's community fund account to the Artaka Thompson Sale Training Trust for costs towards participation costs for 2 trainees from the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board area. I'm putting that to the vote. I'm in support.
Lane is in support.
Manuela's in support.
Madam Chair, just quickly, I think for the amended motion, we're going to need a mover and a seconder for an amendment.
Yeah.
So,
I move the amendment.
And that was
Lane,
seconded by
who's second, and
Frank seconded, Madam
Frank, thank
Yeah,
you.
I seconded the amendment.
Lane moved, Frank seconded the amendment. Thank you very much.
We're like amendment
So
specialists now, Fano.
So we're voting on the amendment, which is about to become a substantive motion, I feel. So in support, Lane,
Yes.
Manuela, yes.
Yes,
Bruce,
Frank, yes.
Aye, kia ora.
Aye.
carried. Thank you.
Good on you,
And a
team. Good on you.
Very, very worthwhile cause. Now we move on to maybe a more contentious one, the Russell Tennis Club.
No.
Try our luck, shall we?
No, it's not
Due
luck.
for a comfort break. That the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of, now they have applied for $36,842 and the recommendation is for $20,000. This is a reapplication and they have secured over 32. Any desire to match their funding? Manuela.
I'd like to pitch for this because I know we turned them down last time and they're now showing that they are really trying to finish this project, and it's a community project and it's an asset. This club has been an asset to the town for a long time. I know tennis is not always looked at as a sport for everybody, but that tennis court is busy from morning to night, and I would love for them to have a clubhouse, a small clubhouse, and that just helps them to do more things and support the community. The one thing I don't agree with is that it will come out of placemaking. Do I understand that correct?
The board can determine whether it comes out of placemaking or the main grant pool. That's your
I would
decision.
like to see it go from the main grant, because we've got several placemaking things happening anyway, and we do have money available in our main fundings. Do we have to decide that before we vote on?
I think the application has been done on a community grant form that they have resubmitted on. We have committed our placemaking budget toward the upgrade of the Strand at this stage. So I would be happy to accept it on the form that it's been applied for on as a community grant fund. I was looking more for any discussion around this or any amendments.
Okay, I mean, I I agree with the $20,000. I mean, it's a lot of money too for anything, but it would really help them to finish a project instead of, you know, the longer, it's with any project, isn't it? Like Belinda said, it's in these times it's even harder. The longer you draw it out, the more it will cost and the harder it will get. And please support it if you can. And I'm happy with the 20,000 unless somebody would like to change that.
Thank you, Manuela. Yeah, so they have asked for 36,842 and they have secured 32. Manuai.
Oh man, I really wasn't all that happy to see them come back, to be honest, because we had already knocked them back last time. I'm encouraged that they've recently had more sponsorship and they've become firmer in their conviction and their approach. They're clearly very passionate. I can see that this kind of structure, it will have some benefit to some of the people in Russell. And given that they have that real grit about coming back and they are determined to make sure this project goes ahead, they are showing how determined they are by continuing to come and see us. I feel like if we don't provide them with any funding this time, they will come back again. And that's not a space for us to make that decision. But because they are, they have got some community support and some variety in that support, I'd be happy to support an amendment of a lower amount of $6,000. If anyone in the board feels affectionate towards that and wants to second that, I'm open to it.
I'll second that.
Was it you, Dave?
That was me.
So an amendment moved for $6,000 from Manawai, seconded by Dave Hukwe-Cooper. Discussion around that. Lane, you haven't spoken. You're muted.
I'm about to unmute. It takes me a moment to the mouse. Madam Chairman, I struggle with the amount a little bit. My friend Manuela there speaks eloquently on behalf of the tennis club. I'm still struggling with the fact that we don't have any firm policies about sports clubs and how we fund them, and we seem to do it ad hoc. And I always, because I think I asked the question the last time they applied about how many members they had, and we need to. I will vote to support this, but I still think that we need a policy and some outline of what we're going to do with sports clubs. Anyway, thank you.
Bruce, did you want to talk to this?
Yeah, I'm still sitting on the fence. I think 6,000 is too low. Yeah, I'm leaning towards a higher figure. I can understand they have at least got off their backsides and got more funding, which is what we've been sending people away to do. So, as has been stated, it sounds as though they've got a really good commitment. They've pulling their finger out and doing things, which is how our advice and our policies have been pushing towards. So I think you do need to support them. What figure? As I said, I think that 6,000 is too low. 20,000 is a lot of money, but we do have some money, and if we can get them over the line, it's not 36,000. So yeah, I'm in support of the application.
Just before I go to Frank, Manuela, just wanted to clarify. There was an issue around the property not having a lease. Is this the property we're talking about? They have now formalised the lease with council. Was it that property? So. Yes. Well, so when we previously were looking and discussing things, there was no actual security there. They'd been operating for many years without a lease in place at all. And that came through the board, I recall, some months ago, but I was just looking for reference to that.
And was attached in your supporting information.
Is that where I saw it, Catherine? Thank you.
It wasn't their fault that there wasn't a lease. So they wanted to tidy it all up. No. And it was the same for the medical centre because it's all that land there. So they're trying to do the right thing, and they're not just like lot of children go and play tennis there too and getting taught free of charge. So it's not just a thing that, you know, I know some sports get looked at as being rich people sports, and that's not just true. I don't play tennis, by the way, so I just see the people that are out there being active. So it's a good thing to see. People are out there being active, and that's well-being.
Point taken. Just in relation to the request for the 36,800, it was a third of the amount. 30,000 was a third of the amount requested towards the construction of the pavilion. So even if they got the 20, they'd still need to find another 70, and the fencing was 6,842. So I think the issues for me is they've now formalised the lease, the agreement on the land to build it. And the other thing, I was in Russell yesterday, ironically, the other thing with this facility is it's actually a real hub in the heart of the community. It's not just a tennis court. So that's just something I wanted to point out for those of you that haven't done a site visit or don't know where it is. Frank, you're next.
Yes, just one of the things mentioned in the application was the ability of this pavilion to be used for other groups and for other things. Manuela, can you give me a wee bit of guidance on what volume of use there would be, what sort of groups might be using the facility as well as the tennis club?
I mean, that's my understanding. That's what I see what's the people that are involved with it and where the building will be. It will be what I can see is the garden club, which is very involved with it. They're helping them fundraise. That's the house tour they were speaking about. Is they're selling tickets to go visit gardens and houses in Russell. Seems to be a thing. Some people want to see other people's houses and they make money out of it. So it's creative. St. John's is next door to it. I'm sure they will use it too. Overflow like that, because when we did our vaccinations, that's the tennis club was part of the drive-through and, you know, helping people. It's right in the middle of town. So they will have changing rooms, because at the moment there's nothing at all. They have to just use the chair that's there. Yeah.
Okay, can I follow that up? When you look at the group running the tennis club, who will be effectively managing this, how committed are they to involving other community groups in its use and making clearly available to other community groups that this is, to a large extent, a community asset, not just a tennis club asset?
I think that's how our community works over here. That's how we run. It's the bowling club, it's the tennis club, it's the boating club, the RSA, and there's always a turnaround. You know, one club goes to the other and helps them out if there's an issue. We had it just now with the RSA that couldn't operate because of these COVID times, and the clubs just stood up and welcomed members from the RSA in their club, and the same thing will happen with this. I really think it's an asset to the town, and it will happen. It's just how our town works. We support each other, and it's always there. There's no exclusiveness. I've never seen that. So, yeah, come and have a look if you're not sure.
Okay, can I just follow that, Madam Chair? I think we either support this or we don't. And for that reason, I think I would have to say I'm going to oppose the amendment, because we're either going to support it or not. And cutting it down to 6,000 is not really helpful to anyone.
Thank you, Frank. Right, on that note, we have, I'm going to put the amendment. Dave, did you
Madam
want
Chair,
to?
just point of order that both Manawai and myself, who proposed the amendments, haven't had an opportunity to speak to this. Someone keeps removing my hand, which I have had up since
I
this
haven't
item
touched
came
your
on the
hand. I
agenda.
can't touch your hand. I'll try.
Someone has been removing it. So.
But your hand's there now. So I will ask the mover of the amendment to speak first, Manawai, and then you can speak after her, Dave, and we'll put it to the vote. Thanks,
I'll be
Manawai.
quick. I just wanted to say, we knocked this application back previously for a similar amount, and those reasons are still valid. So it feels like they've really changed. There's only been a few changes since, and I do want to support it, but I feel like I still feel like knocking it back the first time was a good decision, and so proposing a lower amount was really a compromise to supporting and acknowledging that previous decision. And 6,000 seemed to me like a great compromise on both sides, I think. But I'm open to what our other members think and feel. I also agree with Lane is that we're really ad hoc about this. We've got a lot of money left over, and so it would be a shame to nitpick over small amounts of, well, the difference between 6,000 and potentially 10,000. That's in the original recommendation. It would be a shame for us to nitpick over that, given that we will probably have money left over and be needing to hold another meeting to sort out how we would allocate the other funds. So I just wanted to share that awareness and the reasoning why I proposed 6,000 instead of going with the original recommendation. I know those wahine who came today, they will find the money, and if we can support them in decreasing the amount that they've got to find, they're determined. They will get there, and so that's why I proposed that. Anyway, kia ora.
Thanks for that,
Madam
Manawai.
Chair.
So yes.
Madam Chair, Malima here. Member
Yes.
Hookway, I owe you an apology. My fault. It was me putting your hand down. I do apologise, and it's important to acknowledge your errors when you make a mistake like that. So my
you,
apologies
Malima.
to you, sir.
Thank you. Might have saved
Right.
a bit of conversation for everyone. Am I
So
able to speak now, Madam Chair?
Yes, so we've got the original at 20, and we're speaking to the amendment as a seconder for $6,000. Thanks, Dave.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Originally, my hand went up just to be able to api the fact that this wasn't coming out of placemaking, because placemaking should always go to anything that is going to be equitable, which means that it's available to all. And that's always a thing that I've looked at in the funding that applications we've had from the gymnastics, that we've had from Bay Sport, and that we're likely to receive for the Waipapa Sports Complex, and we have received for the other playgrounds and things, Waipapa Sports Complex. So I always have to have a lens over who's available to access the resources that we're funding. So there's a bit of doubt in this, and so the reason what I want to put to elected members is that yes, the moment I'd encourage you to support the 6,000, and that in a few months that the club is able to come back, and if we have a surplus at the end of the year, that we're able to devote anything from 14 to 24,000 further out of our funds, if we can be assured and reassured that actually there will be more members of the community benefiting from the hall provided and the rooms. So, I appreciate that these things are hubs of the community, but a lot of the things, Manuela, that you mentioned, I really want to support your as a local voice there. That if you've got to pay to use a resource, then I have to question, how much support we give towards that. That's always been my consistent line. That said, if we can have a bit more information around this, maybe that would get Manuai over the line as well when we come to looking if we have surplus funds, which I suspect we will at the end of this annual financial year.
Thank you, Dave. And I'll ask you all to stop referencing monies over and surplus funds. There's no carryover this year. We have 2 more meetings. I can assure you that there is a lot of community groups working very hard to apply for funds at the moment. My focus at this stage is to hopefully take a view of trying to assist projects and community groups that are good to go, enthusiastic volunteers ready to go and have an ability to succeed. Frank, last hand up.
Frank. Well, just trying to pick up on the points made. I personally am in favour of this and would be happy to support it. I take the point about funds might not be available, and I wonder if we were to amend the amendment such that we agree, say 6,000 in the first instance, for the matter to be reviewed again at our next meeting. Because if we say, no, it'll be 6,000, that's it, we're then saying to them, and you might have to come back again, but there's nothing to stop us approving a certain amount now and agreeing to review it at our next meeting, when we could possibly, depending on the facts we have available at that stage, agree to approve the balance. And in that case, I would go along with an amendment, but I'm coming.
Okay, I think we're getting a bit messy here now. We would require another funding application. They would have to come back, Frank, if we are not going to tag monies moving forward. Manuel, a final say, and I'm going to put this amendment to the vote.
Sorry, so I just don't understand the logic, and be it Russell or not, doesn't matter. Why are we punishing somebody with a lot of energy, taking on a project and saying, oh, they're going to get the money? They're here to asking for money, and they have got a lot of energy. That doesn't matter. At least they're showing some interest and they want to get there and finish their project, and they come twice. So I feel a bit manky about saying, oh, they got a lot of energy and they will get the money. Yeah, they're here, they're asking for money. So yes or no, at the end, that's what it comes to. And there's a very small place they're building. It's not going to be a massive club room. It's the size of a container. So yeah, that's me over and out.
Right. So in summary, we had a request for 36,842. They've gone away and raised 32, which is what we actually asked them to do, to go away and raise funds. The recommendation here that Catherine has put in is for $20,000. I'm putting an amendment for 6,000, and I am opposed.
Are you going to move that amendment?
Yes, I am. Sorry. Manawai moved it. Dave seconded it. I'm putting it, and I'm opposed to the amendment.
Dave seconded it. Okay.
Sorry, Joshna. I forget you're there sometimes. Can't see you. So
it's for the 6,000.
Yes, 6,000.
All right. Shall we take a vote on this?
Yes. I'm against. Thank you. Lane. You muted, Lane.
I'm against.
Manuel against.
Bruce against.
Frank against.
I moved, so I'm in for.
I'm for as well.
Okay, so that amendment is lost. So I'm now going to put the original motion, the original recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board approves a sum of $20,000 plus GST, if applicable, to be paid from the board's community grant fund, not placemaking, is that correct? Oh, account to Russell Tennis Club Incorporated for costs towards building a new pavilion. I'm now going to put that to the vote.
50 members.
I'm in support.
I'm in support. Lane.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes.
Frank, yes.
I'm going to abstain from this one.
I know.
Madam Chair, Joshna is just going to make that amendment, which was from the Community Grant Fund, not the Placemaking Fund. Is that correct?
That's correct. Thank you.
So, Community Grant Fund, Joshna.
So that was carried, wasn't it?
Yes, that was carried.
Thank you. So that's carried. Right, now we really need a break, but I'm just going to knock out this Kawakawa development plan. So if we move on to page 104, now this is the Huntavasa Community Trust. This is for the Kawakawa development plan. We required additional information. I'll just find the page. It's at the end, I think, of our grant funding, isn't it? The very last one. Right, page 104. We have requested the timeline and Hui. The only thing that I queried on that, Manawa. I'm not sure if you could actually answer that. I assume it's due to COVID. If you look on page 105, the last meeting was the 6th of November 2019. Am I correct in assuming that there were no online huis right through COVID through that year, 2019-22?
I think that there would be no community hui that the executive would have met in that time.
Thank you.
Most of the groups in our community aren't hooked up for Wi-Fi or power, so then online meetings are very rare.
Making it difficult, right? Okay, so any discussion around this? Manawa, did you want to talk to this briefly?
Yeah, I wanted to propose an amendment to this motion.
Yes.
So I'd like to propose that point I is Kawakawa Hundavasa Charitable Trust work with Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, Kawakawa Moeroa Subdivision Representative. I'd like us to remove Kawakawa Business Association, and if we could put hapu instead of iwi hapu representatives and other interested community groups, because Kawakawa Business Association will be in the other interested community groups. And I'd like to remove the point 2 because they're quite good at reporting back. They're not great at getting letters back to Catherine, but they are quite good at coming to see us. Our community's pretty good at coming in and reporting back, so I don't believe we need to put that in the motion.
Thanks, Manawai. Catherine, can I just have some advice from you on that in relation to the deliverable commitments before funds are uplifted? The timeline and the brief, is that... I'm asking your advice on this one because as I understand it, that was a condition of the original $10,000.
Yes, it was.
And this has been a very slow, we're nearly, 10 months into this.
Yes, we are. Well, it's up to the board because this is why we're putting it forward to you to confirm your resolutions. If you don't want to do that, then you make a substantive amendment to your resolutions and say what you want to do. They seem to still be working on this.
Yeah, they are, and trying to weave in through projects, kaupapa like Innovative Streets and all of those others. So they are still having hui and trying to work with other entities like Waka Kotahi and have MOU to do that with some of the community groups that are attached to this kaupapa. So there's a lot of weaving that they've done since 2019.
It seems to be the administration side of things that seems to have just, they're working out who's doing what and signing things off and sending it through and then passing on the information to the right person to invoice and all that sort of stuff seems to be where things fall down a little bit. So we've still got the money. It's at their end where they're not getting the money that seems to be where the issue is. So
thanks, Catherine. So are you comfortable, Catherine, that with the proposed amendment, removing Kawakawa Business Association, removing iwi and removing clause 2, gives clear intent as to what the board requires and what you require?
Yes, because this report that you have in your hands now with the timeline is what you requested on the 7th of October. So they have fulfilled that part of that resolution, so it's no longer required.
So Manawai's put the amendment.
Provide some equity among our requirements for other applications as well. You know, we don't want to have to put that on other groups who we're providing the similar amounts to, because they do it anyway.
Thank you.
They share the equity with us.
Seconder for your amendment, Manawai.
Yes,
do I have a
Manuela.
seconder? Manuela, thank you. Yeah. So moved Manawai, seconded Manuela. I'm going to put that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board confirm their resolutions of 3rd of June 2021 and 7th of October 2021 to approve the sum of $10,000 plus GST if applicable be paid from the board's community fund account to Kawakawa Hundavasa Charitable Trust with the following conditions and authorise the release of the funds. Kawakawa Hundavasa Charitable Trust work with the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board, Kawakawa Moeroa Subdivision Representative, hapu representatives and other interested community groups. Amendment moved, Manawai seconded, Manuela. I'm going to put it to the vote if there's no more discussion around that. I'm in support.
I'm in support, Lane.
Manuela in support.
Bruce support.
Frank support.
Aye, kia ora.
Yes.
So that's carried, thank you. Now I think we're in desperate need of a break. We've been going far too long.
And we've been watching Lane and Bruce have a cup of tea while we've been doing
Yes.
this
We don't all have secretaries or home help. So I'm going to
Through
put
the
it to you how
chair.
long. Yes.
Madam Chair, because of the amendments, there needs to be a substantive motion
The
moved and
amendment becomes
seconded.
a substantive motion. We need to vote on that. Okay. So we'll bring that back up, Joshna. Sorry, of course. You
Too
tell I'm
busy
hungry.
criticising
No
Bruce
coffee.
and Lane. Let's get on with business.
Just an observation there, huh?
So we'll bring that back up. Thank you, Joshna, and thank you, Malima, for pointing that out. So the amendment now becomes a substantive motion, and we will vote on that. I'm in support.
In support, Lane.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes.
Frank, yes.
Aye, kia ora.
Yes.
It's the report. It's the whole report.
Yeah, the whole report.
But it's
Right, thank you. Carried. Now, how much time would you like? Is 15 minutes enough of a break? Because we need to try and wrap this up before lunchtime. 10 or 15?
Should go with 12.
12 o'clock. That's a good idea.
Back at
Good idea,
midday.
good.
No,
Yeah.
that's too, yeah, back at midday. Okay, see you. Moving on to item 8.1, the information reports we have at hand. I'll move the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Hall Annual Information Update. Do I have a seconder?
Manuela.
Thank you, Manuela. Do we have Nina there online?
Madam Chair, I'm here.
Oh, hi, Nina.
Hi, Belinda.
Just in the opening of the report there, do we need to actually add Russell and Opua to those reports there, the data provided, or?
The opening statement is just indicating who has provided the information to date. We're still yet to receive it from Russell and Whangaroa Kaia Memorial Hall.
Did I not see Russell?
Russell is in there.
Russell's there, and Opua, I recall accepting Opua's onto the agenda.
And Opua's in there too.
They must have come through perhaps after you'd written the report, Nina.
I think they were, sorry.
Okay, so if we just add Russell and Opua, I just wondered if there was a reason they weren't in there, that was all.
Madam Chair, just as FYI, Whangaroa will also be hopefully providing their information. They've had a few technical issues.
Yes, so one of the things that has come up from other members that I wanted to raise in relation to these reports is the information that is sent out from your end. We've been having problems over the last probably 2 or 3 years, the last couple in particular. I'm not quite sure why. There's a change of staff member there, I think, and the information hasn't been getting received by the hall committee members. So I'm not sure whether you have on your database in there the up-to-date information of all the chairs of the committees or the secretaries to actually send the information to. It's just that the reason the information hasn't been getting sent in is because when I talk to people about it, they're like not receiving it. So can we just have an indication? Manuela, you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you. This report is a bit disappointing because the way I know the data has been collected or not been collected. The Russell Community Hall has monthly committee meetings where I have to sit in as my delegation, and we had a meeting on Monday the 21st of this month. And on the agenda was giving the end of year reports to FNDC. And the reason it was on the agenda was because our chairperson got contacted on the 11th of March at 3 o'clock in the afternoon by telephone. First time she got contacted by telephone, that FNDC urgently needs the end of year information because the community board wants it in their meeting next week. And the chair asked, "Oh, when do you need it by?" And they said by 5 o'clock tonight. So that's 2 hours to supply data that they asked where they should send it to before through me, and I asked the question. So of course they said, "Oh, I can't do that in 2 hours," because most people don't have a scanner at home or don't know how to use it and email it, but they will provide it by Monday. And she went out of her way and supplied all the data they wanted. I find this extremely unprofessional, and it's not the first time this happens, because before the papers got lost and we asked where to send papers to, who to contact, and I know our board asked for a person to be actually responsible for the community hall assets that is approachable and can tell us not just where to send reports to, but what happens with maintenance and all these things. And then I went on because there also the Opua Community Hall, which is not an asset of FNDC anymore. And they've written to you and said, we don't owe you these reports because we're not an FNDC asset anymore. And I find that also a big whoopsie from staff not to be aware of this, that Opua Hall is not an FNDC asset anymore. And in the report it reads that Opua is standing on council land, and the Hall committee says no, it's not. So can we clarify that? Because I think the Hall stands on several parcels of lands when I looked it up. Maybe some is still in council hands or not. It just needs to be tidied up a lot more, because halls are super important for our communities. It's not just a pain in the rear that needs to be done every year to be reported on. And I don't want to accept this report. That's what I'm saying.
Thanks, Manuela. And I think we're getting some sentiments, some kickback here, Nina, from our volunteers in the communities on these committees. And I think putting, in this report, it's got numerous attempts are made to contact the Hall committees by way of letters, emails and phone calls. I just wonder why it takes numerous and why it's sort of such a negative comment, because you should have the chairperson's contacts that were given from last year's reports and what we give on file. So it is a little bone of contention. I've got Lane, your hand up, is it? You're muted. Bruce is waving.
Gotcha. There we go.
Now we've got you.
I've got to rely on my expert next to him here.
Now you know why we're in trouble.
No, I've got my hand up to apologise for the Whangaroa Memorial Hall. When I saw that the report wasn't there, I contacted John. He was down in Auckland, John Fitzgerald. As you realise with John, for our dealings, he's a very efficient fella. But I also got back to Nina and said that we haven't had he's had nothing back from the council. And he said, in actual fact, all the years he's been chair, he's never submitted one yet because he's never been given the information. So there have been promises made that have fallen through the cracks. So I'm just apologising for John. And he said as soon as he gets the documentation, he will be submitting a report.
Thanks, Bruce. And I'm pretty sure he did submit one last year. He hadn't received the request to do so, and if he had, he'd completely forgotten about it, which is often the case with these busy people. Manawai.
Watching, so yeah.
Kia ora, I think maybe, and I don't know if this will create more paperwork for everybody, but an easy way to get the information out to make sure it's going to the right person might be to CC the community board member who's delegated to that hall in there, and then at least it's definitely going to somebody who's sitting in there. I'm sorry if that's stating the obvious, Whānau. I just thought it would be good for me, because I know Simpson Park Hall, in all of our correspondence, we haven't had any of this correspondence come through to us, and they didn't know about the $5,000. Honestly, they didn't know that they had granted. So this is a great conversation starter for us. Kia ora.
So just back to the report, Nina, on page 150, I think that sums it up for me, excuse me. The community board's responsibilities in that central column there is the reporting of income, expenditure and usage of the hall, which our committees do. So, the responsibility falls back on us as subdivision representatives to sit on those committees and to ensure that this information is sent back. So perhaps it's going to work better for council if it's done via the subdivision representatives, or there has to be a smoother, we asked how to deal with this, Nina, of the committees that don't put in reports or refuse to put in reports. I can see why it's important for us to see this information and have transparency, but to be asking us to decide what steps to take next on the hall committees that haven't provided the information. If we've asked and if they haven't provided, and you've asked and you haven't provided, what in the strategy and in the policy, what sort of requirement, or where does the buck stop? Where does it sit? Who's liable if we can't get the information out of the volunteer groups?
Madam Chair, through you, first I'd just like to apologise. There have been a couple of errors and we have had a couple of staff changes, and hopefully we will get better at this. We have tried to pick it up and tidy it up, but each time we've learnt more lessons. I think going forward, I would like to have a discussion with Cheryl Gavin, because it does impact on the whole policy and strategy and what that looks like and how we implement that. I don't know the answer at this stage with regards what do we do with those ones who are not responding.
Thanks, Nina. And I think we have to firstly ensure that they are receiving the information, and that's the problem. There's that disconnect there. When some say they're not receiving it, I am wondering whether it's going off to ex-committee members and whether your information's not updated. So I suppose that's the first step on our behalf, is to make sure that you have the correct chairperson to send the information to, or the correct secretary on file. And if you're not receiving any information, how do you know who that person is? So, Lane, I've got your hand up.
Yeah, yes, Madam Chairman. I just want to say this for the record. I'm not sure that we always, all of us always understand that we're dealing with volunteers here. And I think one of the hardest things I ever learned in a career of managing people was actually managing volunteers, because the rationales and that used to achieve an objective are substantially different than when you're managing somebody who is getting paid or is elected or something else. And I'm not sure we always recognize that, that we're dealing with volunteers almost exclusively. Thank you.
Yeah, point taken. So with this recommendation, Manuela has suggested that we actually don't, it's just to receive the report. We're not being asked to do anything with it. It's purely an information report, and obviously, clearly, we're not happy with the information in it. So I think, Nina, really we're just referring it back to you as the report writer to try and ensure that we have a proper contact list of all these people who are not doing what they're supposed to do and submitting what they're meant to be submitting before we're actually in any position to make a decision as to what steps we need to take in relation to the information we're not receiving. We just have to ensure that the various people are getting it. Dave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of points in that support that. You noted on page 150, I'm just, the other part of our responsibility is around the appointment of committee advisors, and I wondered, I've never been active or seen any of that happen in my term. I may have missed that in the first couple of meetings where you all raced and delegated out opportunities, but I'd be interested in knowing how we've been able to meet that. And the other part, I guess, for Nina in the report, going back to 107, is that looking at the fact that committees are supposed to be providing audited reports and things, and the information that we've got here, if I look at somewhere like Pi here, is just a forecast and just a, in fact, all of them seem to be a bit more lacking around that sort of granular detail, which is an accountability back to our ratepayers and community as well.
I can speak to that, Dave. It's because of COVID. It's still shut. It hasn't been used. So there is no, and that's possibly also why you haven't received information, Nina, because some halls, and we've actually had a little bit of angst, as you know, in our community. In fact, I've just had another email asking, when are you going to open the hall? Because it's up to the committee and they voted against it, and there's one or two that want it open and others that don't. So COVID has put the liability on the committee and the users of the facility, which is something that the committee wasn't prepared to deal with. So the hall has been closed and hasn't opened since. So that's why the information's lacking. I think really probably any halls that have been operating or showing any form of operation in the early part might have been in between lockdowns or something, but I'm sure, you know, it's a bit of a disaster this last couple of years. So anyway, how
Yes,
we
I
want to
guess,
deal with this
Madam Chair,
without prolonging it.
Just to finish my point was then that I've been provided with up-to-date accounts will actually show the true impact of COVID on our community, and just to say that it's been closed, we're not aware of how being closed has financially affected the viability and the running of those facilities. That's all.
Yeah, so we were at our first meeting all appointed to committees, so it's up to us sitting on those committees to actually follow up on the reporting, which we should all do. So I'm going to just put this recommendation that we receive this report, Nina, and I think we need to do a bit of work on how we're going to move forward on this rather than go out and attack in these difficult times the whole user groups that haven't actually submitted. I'm quite happy to let those groups lie at the moment, bearing in mind they're probably not using their facilities. So if we just look at how this is as individual members and those committees that we sit on and follow up with them, see whether they're operating, whether they're not, and if they haven't been, to notify us and we can feed that back into you. And then if they have been operating, we need to request, have they received the information, because there is a disconnect there. Perhaps
Absolutely.
we need to update committee members and contacts. Okay, so I'll put the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Hall Annual Information Update.
Madam Chair, do you want to just make an amendment to say that and refers the report back to the author for more information?
We can do that, yes.
You'll
Thank
need
you.
a mover and a seconder for that.
I moved that. Manuela,
please.
are you
Yeah.
are you happy with the amendment?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Is that
okay?
Manuela?
So we'll take that as yes.
Manuela, yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Joshna.
Right, so we'll take that to the vote.
Yep, put that to the vote. Thank you. In support.
Lane, yes.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes. Frank, yes.
Right, kia ora.
Aye.
Thank you, that's carried. Now move on to 8.2. The Reserve Management Domain Committee Annual Returns. This is the one that you were querying, I think, Manawai. So I will put this recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report Reserve Management Domain Committee Annual Returns, noting receipt of the annual information from the Russell Sports Club and the Kawakawa Domain Committee. Do I have a seconder?
Yes, I second, Manuela.
Thanks, Manuela.
Can you just give me the page we're on, please? On that
page 173.
173. Oh, sorry. Thank
yes.
you. Oh, yeah.
It depends on which version you're looking at, the digital or the
yes,
printed version.
I
There was
wondered.
just a blank on page 165 that I removed. So it's 2 pages down if you're looking at it manually.
So is it 171?
It will be 173.
Yeah.
And 175 on the digital version.
Okay. Nina, I had a couple of questions around this. One was why is Lindvard Park on our report? Is it because it's a district-wide asset and we all contribute, or?
Belinda, it's actually part of the policy. It's stated in the policy, so it's just a direct from the policy itself.
Oh, okay. And Manawai, were you satisfied with the response to your query about?
I understand it, but I just think it's the wording,
ambiguous.
You know, yeah, because what did it say? It says that the Simpson Park Reserve Committee have also received an annual maintenance grants of 5,000. I know the second sentence says that payment requires that letter of agreement. But there's our committee, our Simpson Park Hall committee, didn't even know this existed. They've only talked about it at the last meeting. So I don't know if they've received correspondence to say that they've actually have got that $5,000 grant there. And I did raise that previous the one, so you can CC me in it if you don't have it, or you can send it to me and I can pass it on to them. They'll be excited to know that. But it's just the wording kind of implies that they've not only received it this year, but annually. There's no evidence that in our bank account that they've received it at all. So, or that we can see.
So Nina,
if we could clear that up, that would be great.
Yes, and do we know whether a letter of agreement has actually been signed for the grant?
The one with Russell, sorry, through the chair, Russell and Kawakawa are in the process of doing that. In response to you, Manawai, we didn't know who the contacts were. We've lost touch with who the domain committee contacts were, and we only just recently realised that there are potentially some similarities between the hall and the domain committee. So I will follow up with you who the key contacts are.
Yeah, it's the committee name is the hall, but it's actually the Hall and Reserve Committee. So it's the Laurie Anderson was the chair, and they've put applications into the board before. So he would be the one to contact, but he's just vacated the chair, and we've got a new chairperson. But yeah, please CC me in. And I did have a question about the domain, which can wait till everyone else's.
Manuela?
Yeah, just this report reiterates the same thing again. Staff needs to contact community board members. That's what we are elected for, to be the liaison between the community and FNDC. And if staff can't contact us if they have an issue, I don't know what we're here for. And I'm more than happy for anyone to call me from FNDC if they don't know who to contact in town. I might not even know, but at least you tried, and it's better than firing off messages to nobody. And especially when it comes to $5,000, that's there. Where did these $5,000 go if it's not been uplifted? Yeah, and I know there's a lot of paperwork you have to fill in from the Russell Sports Club to get these $5,000, and it's great. It is a good process, but you need to know it's there. And if you can't sell a secret, I just urge you to tell your staff to contact us. We're part of your team, and we're the free advisors to you if you're stuck.
Appreciate that, Manuela. We will take you up on that.
And there's no more hands up for questions, so I'll go back to Manawai.
Yeah, thank you. Just for the Kawakawa Domain Reserve Committee, around so it's 3 reserves, I'm going to say. The one behind Mill Road, behind Kawakawa Primary, one down at the bowling club, and also at the UK club rooms. And we've just had some complaints from whoever it is has got their stock. I think it's Mbika. It's got their stock on the reserve on the Mill Road end, and we had some inquiries as to whether he's leasing it, because the stock keep getting out. There's poor fencing around that end of the reserve, and the community have had enough, and they want to know who to contact about it. That might be outside of this kaupapa, but if someone can
Thanks, Manawai.
I would really appreciate it.
Has an RFS gone in for that?
They have, but I can as well. It was in the report, so I thought I'd just jump on it. Thank you, Barney.
No problem. It would be good to have that number to pass on to Nina so she can follow it up. Thank you. Okay, so we'll put this recommendation, moved by myself, seconded by Manuela. I'm for.
I'm for, Lane.
Frank, for.
I was missed out, Bruce, for.
Ai, kia ora.
Yes.
And Manuela, yes.
That's carried. Thank you. Right, moving on, item 8.3, Morowa Traffic Calming Delivery Strategy. The recommendation is that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report Morowa Traffic Calming Delivery Strategy. Do I have a mover?
Yep.
Dave? Seconder?
I'll
Manawai?
second. Sorry, who was the yep
Dave,
for the mover?
Dave
Hukwaika
moved it, and Manawai Wells seconded. Pretty straightforward. Any discussion around this? Everyone happy with the option C? Dave, hand up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to again support this report, and also wanted to thank Elizabeth for coming out to Duck Bend and having a look at the issues that the community's been having. We'd waited a long time for the follow-up after a meeting over a year ago, and I was pleased to report. So I'm hoping that there'll be another report coming to the community board in the future around the resolutions for that particular vicinity. Thank you.
Thank you. If you're with us today, Elizabeth, pat yourself on the back. Thank you for that on-site meeting. Any more questions? I'm going to put that. I'm in support. Lane?
I'm in support. Lane?
Yes, Manuela.
Bruce, yes. Frank, yes.
Aye, kia ora.
Yes.
Okay, carries. So we're now up to item 8.4, Kirikeri Redwood December 21st Arborist Report. Now, before we all jump down your throat on this, Rob, are you there?
No, I'm here, Belinda. It's Nina.
You're it. You're it, Nina.
I'm it.
So I think we did hear you might be it. We can't probably refer it right back to the writer and to update it at this point, but there is some explanation required around the next two reports, actually. This and the Redwood, the Redwood and the Moreton Bay. Did we do the Moreton Bay fig today? No, that's next. The dates in these reports, it reads really badly.
Madam Chair.
We realise. Yes.
Can we have a mover and a seconder
Yep,
before we start discussions?
Sorry. Seconder there?
Yes, please, Manuela.
Yep, Manuela. So it's pretty well a copy and paste. So do you want to talk to it, Nina, or are you able to talk to it?
Through you, Madam Chair, all I can say, as Marlema said earlier on, apologise and acknowledge the errors.
And no updated report has been done.
Note that Redwood's report from Arbor Lab is actually the one that they did in December 2021. It's just that they've also got the dates wrong in there.
So it's relevant.
So you're saying that they have done a report since then, since February 28th?
This report that's been attached to our report from Arbor Lab
was done February last year.
No, December 2021.
Sorry, 2021.
Yeah, they just had
February,
dates in there.
The report was. So was it a copy and paste?
So there was no report in February.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I've got hands up here.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is it me? Sorry.
Manuela?
Yeah. I mean, this is the Redwood Tree report, and the exact same thing will come up with the next item, which is the Moreton Bay Fig report. It's copy and paste, same errors everywhere, errors in the report from the contractor, errors in the report from the author from FNDC, and it doesn't make sense. I cannot accept a report that has obviously not been done. I'm sorry. I mean, as they supplied, I would like to know what we pay these people to supply us reports that have been copy and pasted, and we can't understand. I mean, it's easy to say, no, we've been there and we did the report. How do I know? You can't even put the proper dates in, and we haven't been in December 22 yet. That's still coming. So there's several errors, and I highlighted them all in my agenda, and I find this not yet. My cat says the same, meow. So I'm actually really upset about these two reports, how negligent they are, and we have to make a decision on these things.
Right, so I have David Clendon's hand up, but before we move on to David, and obviously we don't have the detail of the report writer here, I just want to point out in the first instance, Nina, that this is not the report that the community board requested last year. We wanted a level 3 assessment, a more in-depth report on the trees to bring back more information for us. We have been, Councillor Clendon and myself have had meetings with Hilary Sumter, who presented to us at the beginning of our meeting today. And as you would have heard, she's been meeting with us for 6 years, and the meetings have been going on prior to that. There is a duty of care here on council's behalf, and an increasing cost and risk around the redwoods in particular. So I'm going to hand over to David Clendon to speak on this, because I have actually circulated last minute amended resolution, and David, the floor is yours to speak to this.
Thanks, Belinda, and I'll just quickly turn my camera on. If the sound quality starts to degrade, I'll flick the camera off again. But yeah, if you'll indulge me, I'd like to speak for a few minutes on this. As Belinda has said, she and I have been engaging on these trees for quite some time now. I believe there's a very real risk to the public, to the residents at the Kirikeri village, to council's reputation, and to council's finances. There are instances where councils have been taken to court successfully for failing to manage trees, and they've caused damage to property. Just to begin, I would strongly recommend the board vote against the recommendation, as Manuela and Belinda have both indicated. This report is shoddy in the extreme. They haven't even got the date right, and I think that's dreadful. I raised it last evening, as you're aware. If we're paying a allegedly professional company to do an investigation, they should at least manage to get the date right, and most of the content is actually cut and paste. I've sat down with the last year's and this year's report, and there's remarkably little difference in them. I'm aware some physical work has been done on site, but nothing like the degree to which needs to be done. And the request from the community board was a level 3 assessment. Just to be clear, effectively what they've done is do a visual assessment, and based on experience and knowledge and so on, what we're asking for is the sort of tree equivalent of an MRI. There is equipment, there's technology where they can actually measure the density of the tree in the same way you do a bone density measurement. Going back to Hilary's comments, now in the report, the executive summary mentions that these trees, the redwoods, are not native. They suffer from our environmental conditions and tend to fail from the inside out. Now, the area where the redwoods, the sequoia, are native to an area where it's always moist and it's always cool, particularly the coastal area, Northern California, and the subalpine area of the Sierra Nevadas. These are not the conditions they experience in Kirikeri. In 2016, some trees were taken down to enable the building of those 2-story units on Kirikeri Road. They were found to be rotten to the core. Those are the photos that Hilary showed us again this morning. These are trees that superficially seem sound, and they were literally rotten throughout, and that's every single one of them. We're told at the bottom of page 194, again in the exec report, The recommendations are generally actioned as soon as practical. That's actually not correct. Since 2019, there have been recommendations that the trees are mulched heavily and that they are air spaded. No air spading has ever been done, and the mulching has been minimal. Just again, air spading, if you're not familiar, imagine a fire hose, but instead of blasting water, it's blasting air. It's a technique to break up compacted soil around tree roots to enable them to breathe, to aerate, and to get moisture and to transpire. That was a recommendation from a report in 2019 to secure the safety and vigour of the trees. It's never been done. I've been down to look at the trees fairly regularly over the last 18 months. As recently as last evening, I had a last look. The trees on the supermarket side, the Wendywood side, I don't believe there's been any mulching of those trees. There's simply no evidence of it. We know what mulching is. You know, you put a layer of bark or clippings or whatever it might be. Those trees there on Wendywood side are growing in bare, hard earth with a little bit of kikuyu and weed around. They have not been mulched. On the other side, the Ruatara or the Hawkins Crescent side, the ones of primary concern to the village, there is evidence of some mulch at the western end for, yes, perhaps 50, 80 metres. It looks like those trees at some point have been mulched, but not recently. The rest of the trees have not been mulched. Again, have a look for yourselves. They're growing in bare, hard earth, which does not enable aeration of the roots. It resists water penetrating to the roots. We don't have the fogs, which in California, these trees get a lot of their moisture from heavy fogs, which are very prevalent and common in that area. So these trees are growing in dry, compacted earth, and it is making them, in my view, unsafe. I don't want to take too much time, but there was a report done in 2019 by Tree Skills from Kaitaia, and they said that the condition of the trees in both stands was generally okay. 15 months later, he returned in September 2020 and noted significant and rapid decline and poor vigour. And that has been the trend ever since in all of the reports we've had, both from Tree Skills and from Arborlab. What, for me, sort of undermines the integrity of the Arborlab report beyond anything else is in the October 2020 report, they make the comment that the most severe consequences of failure in the Wendywood trees is the possibility, quote, of a branch failing and contacting a vehicle parked in a supermarket car park. That is the most severe consequence, is a branch falls on a car. Apparently human beings, school kids, shoppers, are immune to a branch falling on their head. That's not even engaged with. Similarly, on the Hawkins roadside, quote, the most significant consequence of failure is a branch failing and contacting a dwelling. And I think that's lovely language. You know, a branch might contact a dwelling. I'm convinced, quite sincerely, I don't pretend to be an ecologist, but I do have a Master of Science degree. I have taught and researched ecosystem management. So this is not entirely new to me. I think there's a very genuine risk. That may be a low risk, but there is a genuine risk that one of those trees could fail and tip over. Typically, it would be in a northeasterly storm. And guess what? If it went down in a northeasterly, the hospital unit at the retirement village is bang in the firing line. Further east, the risk does diminish a bit. It would still potentially damage property on the retirement village site. Again, given that it would be most likely during a storm event, it's unlikely there would be people in the gardens or the nursery area or the potting sheds, but it's not impossible. And the risk, I think, is unsustainable. I really don't believe that we've been done justice by these reports. I think that there are three reasons you might retain those trees. One is that they have some ecological value. I think there is zero ecological value in those trees. I have spent a bit of time. I've never seen a bird present in that area. Birds simply don't go into that into the redwoods. I don't know why, but the reality is I don't believe they do. There's no sign of any invertebrates. There's no other insect life. I did have a scratch around in the dirt there yesterday. There's no worm activity or insect life amongst the trees. I don't think there's any ecological value in them. There is some sort of limited heritage value. They were planted in the late 1920s by a fellow called Alderton, who realised the potential for a citrus industry in Kirikeri. But what was blocking that? We had water, soil and a climate, but the place was windswept. They planted something like 30 miles as shelter belt. Redwoods, acacias and gum trees. And these redwoods are just a remnant of that. They weren't planted for their own value. They were simply planted as shelter. We could acknowledge and honour the heritage value better, I think, by cutting these trees, replacing them with native species, which will provide amenity. And we could also put in a small citrus grove, call it the Alderton Grove. I'm sure the residents in the village could manage those trees if we put them up that western end. In terms of amenity value, yes. I mean, the walk through the trees it's a significant pedestrian link. It's well used, and we'd obviously want to retain that. But as I say, taking these, what I consider quite dangerous trees out, replacing with native species, get a mix of native species, retain a pleasant walkway, and the small citrus grove would provide a great deal more amenity. The final thing I say is that the risk, I believe, is real, both to life and limb, and also to the council's reputation. The Queenstown's Lake District Council was taken to court successfully because they were deemed to be negligent in their duty of care. There were some trees that fell and damaged property, fortunately only property, on a motel. The court found that the council had not taken seriously enough the admittedly relatively low risk but significant consequence of those trees coming down. The council was obliged to repair the damage and pay costs, and that's exactly the situation I think the council's wide open and vulnerable to. But my genuine primary concern is one of those trees will fail in a storm and it'll come down on the village, and obviously this is a significant concern to Hillary as well, as she's been telling us for the last 6 years, apparently. So I'll leave it there, and I thank you for your indulgence. I've talked a lot, but I do believe there's a very genuine risk, and I think this report doesn't even begin to address the concerns that this committee has already expressed, and that the village has also expressed. So thank you for that.
And I'd like to thank you, David, for accompanying me to meet with the village and to take an interest alongside me and monitor those trees on the board's behalf. Well done and beautifully explained. Thank you. Before I go to you, Dave and Manuela, I have been working on a resolution to put to council as a result on our action sheet at the end of the meeting. We could work on it now, which has been reduced because it was a bit wordy, and I flicked that all to you, so apologies you haven't had it pre the meeting, but I have forwarded it to Joshna as well. And she's just putting it on the screen now, but before we go to that, Dave, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The item before us is whether we receive this report, and the failings of the report have already been noted. Besides Councillor Clendon's impassioned plea and predetermined outlook to want to remove the trees in the motion that you've got forthcoming in the meeting, I sort of have to note that in the time that I've been aware of these issues, both as a councillor, a community board member, and as a resident in the vicinity for 25 years, that it has never come from the residents on the other side of the trees that there's been a concern about the trees falling on them, and the fact that the village have been built and created their facilities after the trees were planted with full knowledge of what was going to be happening. If there's truly, and I don't really want to get into a debate of why we should and shouldn't, but that's come on the table from Councillor Clendon, and I think that there's far more other trees in the district. Waipapa Road is a very obvious place where trees on public land are at much more urgent risk of dropping branches and things onto traffic and the like. So if there's going to be an approach to removing trees because of their risk and what have you, there needs to be a full report come to either community board or council identifying areas of higher risk in relation to this vegetation. Obviously, we put some money into removing the trees at the Waipapa Sports Complex as well. I think that, you know, I'm in the mind to decline the report and want to send it back for a proper investigation of the trees. If that requires a level 3, that the same will be for the ficus over in Russell. And I think that's the only issue that's before us. If you want to move a motion or recommendation, I think that is ill-informed and that we require further information before we could commit to that. So thank you.
Thanks for those comments, Dave. And I have to say, from some of the discussions I've been involved in, this has certainly been going on for more than 6 years. It's getting to the point now, those trees have to have an annual arborist report, which costs money, and that needs to be done to a high level. The level of the report in here is inadequate. The other factor is, so there's a cost involved in that annually, and the other cost is, of course, the work that comes out of those reports, the maintenance that is supposed to be done that is not done, which is not protecting. There's a high risk there for council by not following through and doing the work that's recommended in these lower grade reports. So do we look at the health of the trees and removing the trees? This is a way of moving this forward. One by one, these trees have been getting taken out. And over the years, we can spend hundreds and thousands of dollars, and we will if they remain, removing trees, and the reports go up in value every year. We don't actually know how much this one cost. So these are some of the reasons around. The board has a policy, I'm not sure if you're aware, because you weren't on the board back in the day, to actually consult with the community in Kirikeri over any removal or anything to do with trees, because it's so emotive in the Kirikeri community. So this is just putting it to council to start the discussions and look at the problem as a whole, but it definitely needs a level 3 assessment, whether that's done or not. Lane.
Yes, Madam Chairman, with deference to my colleague, David, I don't think any of us are particularly qualified arborists, and therefore we rely on reports. This report is just a farce, quite frankly, and we should make no decision based upon it. Either we get a report that is professional and effective and tells us what we need to know, or we give it to professionals, because I just don't feel comfortable making a decision based on a flawed report. And I don't have the expertise. I look at big trees and they're very close to a building, and I worry, quite frankly, but I also am concerned about why we built a rest home underneath a big stand of trees, which we did. And certainly the Moreton Bay fig, which will come up shortly, I'm not sure which came first, the Duke of Marlborough or the Moreton Bay fig. But I just think it comes round, it really comes down to getting an effective report. We need a report that tells us definitively whether these trees should stay up or come down. Anyway, that's my little blurb. Thank you.
Thanks, Lane. And we did not get the report we requested, which was the level 3 assessment, which would have given us those answers. As it has done over the years, we've been slowly removing trees as they're a hazard or as they fall. We've got Manuela next.
Yes, I just wanted to point to a resolution last year, 2021/65, where we did ask for a budget, and it actually disappeared off our list, and I don't know why. If you look in today's agenda, that resolution is not there. And we asked for this before, you know, but the visit trees, all notable trees and not notable trees, what we can and can't do, and it is a duty of care. I really think the duty of care is what council should raise or pick up all the ears of council staff. Duty of care. If something happens, it will come up with the next tree in Russell too. Something happens, somebody's going to be liable.
Thanks, Manuela. Okay, so we have a report in front of us with a very strong pushback on wanting to actually receive this report. I think it needs to be referred back to the report writer to provide us with the level 3 assessment that we requested. And Joshna has put up the resolution
So,
that
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So we're going to do an amendment to refer this back to the author?
Yes,
And
please.
okay.
And then we'll look at the resolution.
You want to record that for Arbor Lab report on level 3?
A level 3 assessment is, yes.
What happens if the writer is not working for FNDC anymore? Will that put a further delay on it?
Nina's obviously managing it, or her department are managing.
Okay.
In the absence of Rob Stewart.
Okay.
Is this correct, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board referred the report back to the writer and to procure a level 3 assessment from Arbor Lab?
Yes, and then can we bring up the board's resolution, or should we add that to our action sheet at the end?
If this is an amendment to what we are recommending, I'm going to need a mover and a seconder for the recommendation.
Madam Chair, are we not declining to receive the report?
Yes, by referring it back to the writer.
Does the writer did the writer submit this to the council or to the community board?
To the community
board. The author
board.
of the report is Rob Stewart, to the community board.
Okay, thank you.
So I moved it, Manuela seconded it.
Yeah, or whatever, yeah, thanks.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
you happy
Madam
with
Chair,
that wording, Manuela?
Just a point of order. I think grammatically that wording doesn't work very well. Sorry, if we could see it again. That the board refer the report back to the writer and to procure. There's a word missing, and ask or request along those lines. To me, as I say, it doesn't read correctly. The intent might be there, but I think it's clear.
Okay, to ask.
Perhaps again a request, a level 3.
Instead of back to the writer and requests. Further report back to the writer and
we don't know.
Requests a more in-depth level 3 assessment.
Is that fine?
Progress.
Is that clear? Is that clear?
Well, you probably
Frank,
need
you've
to
got a
add at the
question?
end of that, or other such suitably qualified professional if Arbor Lab's not available. Given that time period, I was realising that we were having to wait for someone to come all the way up from Auckland to do local work. I thought our local procurement strategy was to be able to offer work to locals, so we need to add in something there, otherwise we'll be tied to waiting for Arbor Lab.
So, wording, Dave?
Suitably qualified
a level 3 assessment from it, or
other suitably qualified professional.
Arborists.
Arborists,
no, what are they? Not arborists.
Yeah.
Arboreal cultural report. Arboreal. Interesting word. Frank.
Just picking up on Lane's point, Madam Chair. We're saying we're referring the report back to the writer. To clarify completely, could we say we decline to receive the report and refer it back to the writer requesting? And then it's quite clear that we're not just referring it back, we're saying we are declining it. And
yes and no. We've actually taken into consideration the contents of the report itself to determine that it's inadequate and it's not that we requested. So if we are actually receiving the report, we're not accepting it, we're receiving it, and we're referring it back for what we requested, which was a level 3 assessment.
yeah, I mean, I don't want to get pedantic, but I just thought it might. Sorry,
we have a report in front. We have a report in front of us,
which we've been
and because
to receive.
Yes,
and
to receive, and because we've received it, because we have it, and we have actually just spent the last quarter of an hour analysing it, we actually have determined that it's not what we asked for.
No.
And we would like a level 3 assessment.
My point, Madam Chair, is the resolution is asking us to pass a resolution receiving it. Until we pass that resolution, we haven't received it. The mere fact that it's on the agenda does not mean the board has received it. It would be received by the board when we passed a resolution to receive it. And I was just thinking, wouldn't it be better to make it clear we have declined to receive it and we're referring it back, etc. Maybe I'm being pedantic, but
if I may, Madam Chair, a similar motion to council not so long ago. I can't recall what the report was, but council did the same. You declined to receive a report because it was deemed inadequate, basically. So yeah, I think Frank's interpretation is correct. It is slightly pedantic, but I think to make the point that because people have quite strongly commented on the failings of the report, I think it needs to be made clear that you're not happy with it.
Shall I just say that the community board declines to receive the report due to inadequacy and refers the report
so that would
back?
Be so Joshua, that would be an amendment then?
I don't think we need to give reasons. We're just saying we are not accepting it. We all know why. The moment you start giving reasons why you're doing something, you'll have people challenging your reasons. We've been asked to receive it. We've said, no, we're not going to. We want this.
Correct. So Frank, just to clear it up for me, we have received the recommendation. I moved it, Manuela seconded it to get it on the table for discussion. So now we are amending.
Yep.
We're moving an amendment.
Yep.
Thank you. Are we clear, Joshna?
Yeah.
Do we want to discuss the proposed resolution? Do we want to have an and that, or do we want to put it in our action sheet at the end of the meeting?
I've got problems with the amendment, but that's all right.
Well, would it be, well...
No desire? We can bring it up on the screen now, Joshna, you have it there.
Yeah. Madam Chair, we're going to have to move the amendment if we're going to be making an amendment.
Yes, okay. Frank, you happy to move that amendment?
I'll move the amendment.
To decline? Seconder?
Yes, Manuela.
Thank you.
And hold on, just let me get this right. What is, it's the motion that the Bay of Islands Community Board, or amendment, is that the resolution become that the Bay of Islands Whangaroa Community Board declines. Yep, okay, we're making that the substantive motion. That is our amendment. Yep.
Declines to receive the report. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt. I wanted to just remind you all that you can't put an amendment that defeats the intent of the motion currently on the table.
Motion, which we
so
moved,
if the intent is to decline to receive the current report, then you need to defeat that motion first, unless the mover and seconder decide that they wish to withdraw their motion or agree to change it to the intent of the current wording. I wanted to also just touch on Frank's point that you don't need to provide the reasonings, why you don't need to. It's incredibly helpful to have a record of what it is that you'd like as a next step.
But we've done that, I believe, when we asked for a level 3 assessment.
Yeah.
We'd only have to read the amendment to understand why we're not receiving the first
So
one.
we're not receiving what we've requested. So that's the conflict there. So I'm happy to withdraw the original recommendation, if you are, Manuela, and put the what was the amendment. Is that what you're saying, Aisha? What was the amendment as the motion?
Yeah,
the recommendation?
so then it was still moved and seconded, so we'd still note it in the minutes, but we would
Yes.
add a note there, Joshna, that the motion was withdrawn, and then rather than Frank and Manuela moving an amendment, they would be moving a new motion.
Yep.
Thank you.
Happy with that.
Correct.
Yes, fine with me too.
Okay. Right, so I've withdrawn that, Manuela's withdrawn that. So we now have the new motion, which we are voting on, which is to decline. Clear? Everybody clear on that? So I'm in support.
I'm in support. Fine.
I am too.
Frank is in support.
1 second.
Kia ora.
Oh, she's
Aroha mai, Joshna.
So Belinda, you in support?
Yes, thank you.
Lane's in support.
Lane and Manuela.
Bruce. Frank.
Anyway.
Yes, for me.
Thank you. Carried. We'll discuss a resolution at the end of the meeting. Right, moving on. We have the Moreton Bay Fig, page 208.
I'd like to move that. Thank you.
Manuel is moving the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the Moreton Bay Fig Russell 2021 Arborist Report. Do I have a seconder? Frank, is that your hand up to second, or is it still up?
No, sorry, my hand's not up to second. Sorry.
I'll second that to move things along, get it on the table. Discussion around this. Manuela?
Yes, please. I'm gonna plea with you like Councillor Clinton just did before, because this tree stands in my backyard or on our foreshore. And I'm appalled for this report too. It has the wrong dates and everything like that from the contractor. However, if I carry on to the report that got presented to us by staff, just going to where the financial impact is, and I went back to June last year and looked at the report we had then. The financial impact then was an annual agriculture report of $5,000 and annual maintenance and mulch work of $5,000. And then this year, it's only minimal financial implications with drip lines to water the tree all of a sudden, which was never even asked for in the previous report. We got the wrong dates, like December 22, like in the Redwoods report. However, with this tree, because it's a notable tree and it's obviously been there for a very long time, I've been doing quite a bit of research and learning about Moreton Bay fig trees. And in the wild, so not on your in your garden where you look after it all the time and everything like that, they can reach an age of 100 years. This tree here is well over 100 years old. And I do think we need to come to the conclusion that trees do die. They have a lifespan, some live longer than others. And the Moreton Bay fig tree has a lifespan of 100 years, whereas a cabbage tree only has 30 years. And obviously a kauri tree much, much longer. So as much as this tree has a lot of a big place in the history of Kororareka and the Bay of Islands, we need to be careful how much more do we want to patch up these trees. And I said exactly this last year in June, and it's not a popular opinion. when do we stop patching up old trees and start planting new trees for future generations? Because the same problem is happening in Australia. In Australia, they have the same thing. That's the settlers put these trees in and looked after them, and they are magnificent trees, and they're very impressive to look at. And they're standing next to the old police house or custom house and to the Duke of Marlborough. And if you go and stand under it, you can see these limbs are hanging over these roofs, and they come down all the time when it blows from the southwest. And I think who has the best time with these fig trees is the ducks. They come and eat all the figs that fall on the ground and are a hazard and slippery when wet. But the ducks, they would be tasting quite nice stuffed with figs all the time. And really, the arborists didn't do the job properly. We made a report that was copy and pasted from last year, doesn't recommend to find out anymore what's happening to the lawns where the tree is standing on. They asked last year, oh, we would like to know how the lawns are getting fed in the outdoor area of the hotel. That's not a question anymore. All of a sudden the tree needs water. The tree is not healthy. Belinda was over in Russell yesterday and she stood underneath it. You can tell the tree is definitely, it's an old tree and it hasn't got as much leaves anymore, and the branches will come down and fall. They fall on the road all the time. So the question is, when will a big branch fall down? And just what I read is, we are not just the custodians of trees for the present generation, we are stewards of this place for the future generation. That means plant a fresh tree, graft something, get a fig, push it in the ground to grow a new little fig tree for future generations, and let's find a solution how to put this tree out of its misery. Maybe it sounds really, really bad, I know, but we need to come up with a solution. We need to come up with a solution what to do with this tree, because one day it's not going to be a happy ending.
Thanks, Manuela, and yeah, some interesting words in there. But standing under that tree yesterday, it's a magnificent specimen, but with a really poor canopy and very few branches at the top of it. It's just this amazing, twisted, beautiful trunk, really, and the cost to maintain these things. Interesting to know it is in the notable tree register, and we also are not aware of what happens with those. You know, how do you undo that process if you do want to come to the end of a life of one of those notable trees? It's another thing that everything leads to another question. Dave.
Wow, having turned 60 just 2 days ago, I'm beginning to feel the ageist thing coming in here, that
Happy birthday.
Older things don't need it. It's not worthwhile putting money into anything old, and that we should move on. And if we'd had that philosophy, the stone store wouldn't certainly be around. I think we'd have much preferred to pull that down and put up a hotel or something, or maybe a parking lot if you go with a song. Just of interest, the oldest Moreton Bay fig tree in New Zealand is 172 years old. Right. It's in Hillsborough and Monticelia in Auckland. The oldest Pahutakawa tree is over 600 years old. The Pahutakawas in Russell are also of quite a old, ancient period. No?
No, they've been planted in the 60s, so no, they're not old at all, no.
There are some in Russell that are old.
Oh, yeah, but not where that tree is. Yeah, you're right. There are some really old trees.
Okay, so anyway, those are reflections on the fact that older things bring amenity values that sometimes need to be celebrated. We saw what happened in Apara when vigorous and eager people went in and dismembered something that is of cultural significance here. Look, I too have one of these trees on my property here. I planted it 25 years ago. Mine's pretty damn big, even compared to the one in Russell. Look, again, it comes back to, we've received a report that we didn't ask for, and thank you, Manuela, for at least raising the issues that we were looking to be able to provide budget to nurture key trees in our district. it's not for me to decide, unless it comes before us, which trees should come down and rustle. It's for the community there to be able to, as part of its planning, and I know that's happening, to be able to look at what the plans and that are. And as a community board member, that's what we're employed to do, is to listen to the views of our communities and that. So I get disturbed a little bit when there seems to be a predetermination without going to community. And I thank you, Belinda, for at least mentioning that in the previous item where trees were supposed to be consulted with community before they were locked down. It hasn't happened in Kirikeri, despite the Deputy Mayor having raised concerns over one of the jacarandas that was felled. And another tree, which I'm still waiting for the final answer, outside 25 Homestead Road on the corner of the Professional Drive and Homestead Road there. So look, again, I'd want to boot the report back for a proper analysis, but I'd like us to be able to identify what it is that we value and how we're going to look after those. The poorer vitality of most of these trees, and sorry, Councillor Keenan, I'm not a arborist as well, so I don't have a professional view, but it's quite obvious that the intrusion of ourselves and the commercial, generally commercial, activities of roading and footpaths and buildings and the lack of runoff and what have you is affecting these trees in a fairly significant way. So, I don't like the piecemeal way that we've approached it. We don't seem to have, information before us as a register of what we can look at and identify and go back and consult with communities and say, well, look, is this one that you want to keep? So it's not always about native trees. I mean, again, the Moreton Bay fig doesn't come from New Zealand and that. But, some trees that were planted in New Zealand were historically important for navigational reasons and the like. I'm not saying that one is. So, so just to sort of balance out the way that the discussion has swayed over to wanting to remove trees and things.
The tree should be removed. I've never said that. I'm saying that we should look at what else we can do for an old tree with big limbs that will fail and, hurt a tree first and foremost, and then whatever is next to it too. So I'm saying that there must be another solution than just going to look at it, take a few photos and say, oh, it's still okay. That's what I'm saying. We need to come up with a good solution, how we can help the tree and the community and the significance of the tree. Planting a new tree next to it for when the day will come when the old tree is really not sustainable anymore. It will be long after we're gone. But we need to start now to look what we can do to keep these things going. I'm never said to cut the tree down, so please don't think I'm going to be
there are trees that do need cutting down, and we do need to have a workshop on this because trees are very emotive. So moving on, by the way, there's a really lovely table on the waterfront in Russell which is sitting on the top of a big old tree trunk, and it's pretty amazing. Someone chopped that tree down, but what an amazing use of what's left behind. So yes, we do need to it's all about, it's like anything we do, it's about having a succession program. It's all very well nurturing something, but there comes a day when it does have an end of life, and a duty of care and OSH and all these things we're entering into, all the red tape we're surrounded with today. We have to start thinking ahead and planning and looking ahead to how we're going to deal with things. Lane, last comment from you, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I certainly appreciate everyone's the number of ageist comments I'm finding somewhat objectionable, and from my young colleague, Mr. Hookway. I certainly concur. We just need more information, and we need to also come up with a process by which we're going to judge. And I've heard potential danger and to bodies and limbs falling and people being squashed all over the roads. But I think we just need to have a clear process by which we're going to judge trees, because it's not going to stop with the Moreton Bay fig or some redwoods. It comes up all the time, and maybe we should put some effort into clarifying that. And as the oldest member of the board, I shall retire now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Lane. And I think this all highlights the importance of needing that line item in the LTP and through our annual plan process for the increased costs of looking after and removal of ongoing vegetation, full stop. So with that, we're putting this recommendation. Manuela moved it, I seconded it, that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the Moreton Bay Fig Russell 2021 Arborist Report.
Started?
I'm in support.
Yes. Lane in support.
I'm against it.
I'm against it.
Yeah, I'm against it on the grounds that it didn't provide what we wanted.
Yeah, I'd like that noted for my against too, please.
I'm against it.
I'm against it, and
So
I'd
we're
also
back to
like it noted for the same reasons that the others have noted.
So shall we do an action? Would you like an action replay of the previous item?
No,
So
I'd
I'm
like
happy
that
to.
resolution that we had a year ago that suddenly disappeared from our list to be resurrected and actually be taken action of. What did I say it was?
65/62
or 65, yeah.
60.
Right.
Oh, it's here. Too much paper.
It was 2165.
65, yeah.
Yep.
Thank you.
So you want. Crikey, so I'm lost now. So the recommendation has been lost. We're not receiving the report. It's along the lines of the previous report that we declined to receive it. And you want to end that?
Yeah, and I mean that's voted and that's fine, but I'd like to make sure that that resolution from last year has been put back on our action sheet and somebody can follow it up on it, please.
Okay, so we have a new motion on the floor.
Just a point, Madam Chair. Manuela, Dave, and I stated our reasons for being for opposing. Can we have that recorded there somewhere so that is picked up?
Yeah, it is recorded.
Well, I'd like it in the minutes, please.
I have recorded it. Just trying to see where it is.
We can make sure that note is included in the minutes for confirmation.
Yep.
Member.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Aisha.
Do you want a new motion?
So have you got all that? Have you got all that, Joshna?
Yeah, I have that. And
okay.
I think, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Bit of toing and froing going on here.
Yeah, I think Member Manuela wants a new motion on this.
Does that need to be a motion or can we just...
I don't reckon.
Oh, you want to put it on the action sheet?
Really don't want to have an motion.
No.
Madam Chair, we can put a note that the members requested that action point 2021-65 be included in future action sheets as an outstanding item.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for that, Aisha. So there's no need to withdraw the recommendation because it was lost on the vote. Is that what you're saying? We can just move on.
That's correct.
With those, correct? Okay. Right. So we voted. We're going to put that up again. Is everyone clear what's happened?
Yep.
Crystal? Okay, so we've all voted on that and that's sorted. Right. Back to the action sheet and that will go on there and we're up to item 8.6 for the very patient people in the background there who probably have had lunch and run around the block since we started. Item 8.6, we have the Whangaroa Road and Reserve a Way Forward information report. That the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report Whangaroa Road and Reserve a Way Forward. I will move. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Thank you, Lane. Lane seconded. Thank you. Carla, I think you're on board today. Would you like to speak to this information report at all?
Certainly, I can do that. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and community board members. And
sorry, we can't.
Sorry.
We can't hear you. Oh, you're coming and going.
Can you hear me now?
It's a bit clearer. Can everybody hear?
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and community board members. I've listened to the speakers this morning, so I'm across the questions that have yet to be answered, and I appreciate the time spent on Tuesday morning out at the Whangaroa Road for those that could make it, because it certainly helps to have a visual on the report itself. The report, when it was written and considered by the relevant staff, was with the intention that we ensure that the public spaces continue to be enjoyed by the public, and how can we better improve the access to it and allow the public to enjoy it in a really neutral setting without any further angst. So I can appreciate the passion that has come through from a number of the speakers this morning, but the report could only be written and considered under the realm of our council's legislative obligations, but also with a layer of balance between the interests, which are all valid. So in regards to the spaces itself, you've recognised that there is the part that refers to road. There's an opportunity to open up a grassy area in front of the shed right down the right-hand side corner. And we're currently working with an LTO application from that landowner, which is going well. You will have noted the road alignment and the fencing along the road alignment as you drive down to the water, that there really is nowhere else to put that fence line but on the lip of that hillside. So those two aspects in regards to road have been accepted, and we are moving forward from those two areas. I think the most contentious appears to be the reserve itself, and I'll refer to it as the beach and the grassed area, which today looks like a lawn. I've noted the questions that have come out. There was one question in regards to consequence or action taken against non-compliance. I cannot speak to that today. That is legally privileged because those conversations are between council's legal representative and the opposing person's legal representative, so I cannot speak to that. But there was a good question around where will those bollards go? Where will that demarcation lie? And we did discuss that at the site meeting on Tuesday, and I think those who were at the site meeting have a clear understanding of where that line might be. What was considered in drawing or considering where that boundary might be was, one, let's make it really easy for the public to understand where the reserve area is for them to enjoy without any confusion. And two, if we are to accept a certain amount of space under a license to occupy, we have to consider a reasonable, not gross, but reasonable setback from a private dwelling to ensure the privacy and security of any homeowner. So there's three ways to look at it. One is we take a hard line and we drive something through the actual boundary, which is quite invasive, as you can imagine, through a deck, through the eaves and up the bank, through a concrete pad, not to mention expensive. We could take a soft line and just walk away altogether and let the interested parties nut it out. Or we could try and find a balanced view. And when I'm talking about a balanced view, I'm talking about allowing a compromise between all the interested parties, of which council is a party. And that line, I wish I had lovely graphics to give you, but that line would essentially go, how do I describe it? So if we look at the report, and I'm going to refer to the photograph, which has the Esplanade Reserve and private property. So you see a line going through a deck at 457 Whangaroa Road. So how can we, actually, if I could go back up to the surveyed map, basically the bollards would go from, if you're looking at lot 2, DP 68873, if you look at the corner, the southern left or western corner of the Esplanade Reserve, so you'd start there with a demarcation line, and it would go through, it would go just in front of the concrete pad at the shed, and then it would continue on just in front of, there's the deck of the private dwelling, and then there's a lip of garden or beach grass. It would go just in front of there and then straight up the hill. Now, in front of that space, when I'm saying in front, I'm saying out to the ocean, there are two ways to access that reserve. At low tide, you can walk around the rocks. At high tide, there is a track that comes down on the reserve, but there's a bit of a jump at the bottom, so at the moment it's not safe. So we had discussed on Tuesday at the site meeting about acquiring budget to make that more accessible to the public at low or high tide. And that demarcation line would sit behind that, so there is plenty of room for people to walk down and enjoy the sand and the grass. I'm going to stop there because I think I've dealt with the questions I recall from this morning, and put it to anyone that has any further questions.
Thank you, Carla. And firstly, thank you for accompanying us, those members of us who came for a site visit. It was really informative. I had never been out there, so definitely it really proves something that, you know, for staff and elected members to go on site and walk the sites and see the issues when you've never been somewhere is really invaluable. So thank you for that. And thank you for being so fully informed to be able to answer all our questions as well. A couple of things I'll just kick off with that were raised in the discussions this morning were, I noticed in the report bollards are recommended, and both speakers requested, or speakers, shall I say, the Friends and the resident, both requested a desire for plantings over and above bollards. So I would just like to ask that you perhaps liaise further and explore that option where possible. Just bearing in mind, it does state in the report that appropriate demarcation of areas to establish the boundaries and availability for usable public space. If the desire is for appropriate plantings, then I would like consideration to be given to that. And the other question I had for you, which is something I didn't ask when we did our site visit, was one of the speakers this morning referred to the area as a conservation reserve. It's not. Can you just clarify that? It's Esplanade, isn't it? It's not.
That's correct. It's not
Esplanade Reserve. Thank you. That was my only two questions, Carla, and thank you for a great report. I think we had Lane next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I also think that the report is well written and considered. A couple of items that I noted. I think there should be some contribution towards a reasonable walkway down from that track, some sort of stairs or something that make access to it more available. I guess my initial reaction was, representing the community, no, you built on reserve, therefore we should just take the bulldozer and put it through. But having listened to the various discussions, I think an easement is possibly the, or a right to occupy. Is that the correct term, Carla?
License to occupy.
License to occupy is probably one of the fairer ways around. The other item that I think you need to negotiate when you're doing that is access for staff to get a lawnmower down there, because I don't see how they'd get a lawnmower to that lawn and maintain it if and when we do have a budget to do so. And I suppose, just while I've got my mic open, I think bollards are a great idea. If somebody wants soft planting, they can go on their side of the bollard, whichever party that is that wants that. But the bollards are somewhat required. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
They're a statement.
Yeah,
bollards.
yeah.
Dave.
I think Frank had his hand up first, Madam Chair.
Just a point on process. We're being asked to receive this report. In receiving this report, the report contains several recommendations as to a way forward. I'm assuming that if we receive this report, we are agreeing to the recommendations as to a way forward, which includes bollards. Now, I mean, I'm a little bit open-minded on the bollard planting question, but I'm just wanting to clarify in my own mind what is the result of us either accepting or declining this report. If we accept it, are we agreeing with the way forward put out in that report?
Would you like me to answer that?
Please.
Sorry. There's a certain amount of discretion that's allowed. You're accepting the report and its way forward, but I have made a note that to go back to the relevant staff to discuss plantings versus bollards and the pros and cons of that, one of which, well, actually there's a lot of considerations to be made in those two respects, and it's a really great point raised. So I have made note of that, and I would be happy to report back to the board on the pros and cons of that and allow the discussion to remain open. I certainly am not hard and fast on that point. If it helps you to accept the report with that, those details to be confirmed.
Okay, so what we're saying, we may well accept the report, but you in the final deliberations will take into account the points that have been made at the site visit and which will be made today.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thanks, Frank, and thank you, Carla. Dave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to ask if our meetings administrator can allow me to share screen, please.
You are at the moment,
You
but
are
it's
sharing
blank.
screen.
I am.
It's
So
up
you
there.
can see.
There's nothing on it.
Yeah.
Nothing on it though, Dave.
Oh, well, it is on my screen. That's why I'm asking you, are you allowing me to share the screen or not? It does say share here. So say, not quite sure why.
It shows you sharing, but no picture.
We don't have
Oh.
any settings in place to prevent you sharing content.
What is it you're wanting to share, Dave?
Is that showing up?
It's still just a plain white screen.
I'll try another one. Hang on, man. It's worth it. Sorry. Are we sharing now?
No.
Now it's a green screen.
Would you like to talk to what it is you're trying to do, Dave?
Yeah, tell me if it comes up. It's showing on my one, so yeah. So I'm a little bit concerned with the report because some of the things are slightly worded, and I use the word slightly because that's the word that it talks about the current state of affairs. So as I say, I'm quite familiar with the site. The first time I went down, I felt quite intimidated as to not to be able to enjoy any of that, even though I had seen online. So if you were looking at my screen, you would see that there's a website called Public Access Areas. So I'll put that in the chat line, so even if you can't see what's going up, that you're able to access it in the chat. So that was part of the reason why we went down there in the first place. There's in the chat. That's because we're looking for somewhere to walk our goodies and to have a little bit of enjoyment in the summer. This is several years ago now. So when I looked at that, I thought, oh, well, hang on. There's a bloody house here and there's a deck and all of this stuff, and it doesn't look very welcoming in there. So I came back and had a look at the council's own maps, which under Far North Maps. And again, I'll give you another thing, but I've just talked to our planners in the discussion while we're on mute. So here's another one. Are you able to access those web pages?
Member Hookrey?
Yeah.
I've got a message from Tammy Wooster to tell you that public access was available from 2014.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So that's my point, is that in the discussions we had this morning, it was almost blamed on the council for actually not being able to why the deck was positioned out onto public land. I'm just going to take a screenshot and paste that into the conversation. I can, of the video that for the property when it was for sale by the real estate agent who was on this morning. And I think it's really important. I want to put this in chat so you can have a look at it. I'm sorry that whatever technology is not working in this case. It's not working, but there you can see in the chat line, and if you click on the image, you should be able to bring up the full scale picture. But in the report that we've received, it refers to the deck encroachment as being a minor deck encroachment. But actually, if you wanted to watch the whole video, and I'm happy to give you the link to that as well, because I did that while the meeting was going on, it gives us an idea of what the property was like, what was purchased in this case. So here's a link now. It shows a property that's quite different to the way it is now. It shows that there's been a lot of vegetation and that removed on the on community land, on our own land. And Carla, you made a point that your second option would be to leave it to the interested parties. Surely to God that council is the representative of community. And therefore, council is there to represent the interests of community. And so this is nothing that it should be community versus a private landholder. Your first option referred to the obligations that council have to be able to maintain legislation in respect of resource consents and that. And I think we heard from one of the people this morning talking to the fact that this gives the impression that, well, just go and do what you want and then see if you can get away with it. And then, oh, if you get found out, just ask for an easement around it and a license to occupy. And there's been too much of this going around in the Bay of Islands in particular, where the public have lost access both in walkways down to the foreshore and in other areas where they've allowed their own vegetation to encroach and have gradually claimed that. And I think even in our own backyard, Kirikeri, that's very apparent. So I'm really concerned that we're going to set another precedent for this, for other landowners to be able to build and do what they want and put up fences and pads and decks and what have you. And then face the consequences, and those with deeper pockets will be able to get away with that. So you know, I have a real concern with accepting this without knowing exactly what you're proposing and having an opportunity for community who we represent to have their say in how that should look. So I'm sorry that I don't support this moving forward until you can come back to us with a much clearer picture of what this
Dave appears to have
There's a
frozen.
fire alarm. I'm sorry, Chair. I'm just going to have to step out. There's a fire alarm in the main building in Kaikaui.
Oh, okay.
See you soon.
See. So Dave has frozen. Carla, I think we're sort of going off track a little bit here in relation to the contents of the report. We are aware from a board perspective that we have numerous encroachment issues in our ward and right across the district, I'm sure. And we are dealing with them as they come, you know, as they surface on a case by case with the legacy historical issues. And I'm not sure what Dave's alluding to here, but you did reassure us that you will come back with a update on the desired landscaping effect of bollards and vegetation, or perhaps a combination of both or whatever. Is this correct? Is that what I heard you alluding to earlier? Sorry, yes. I can't see you. Are you there? Yep. Oh, Dave, are you back?
Yeah, sorry,
No.
it seemed to be, I don't know whether I was intentionally cut off or whatever. I didn't full
No,
screen,
you disappeared and we couldn't hear you. So I've just followed up and said I think we were starting to go off into a bigger encroachment areas all across the ward and the district, which we're well aware of. We've got a lot of issues going on at the moment, and most of them probably within our ward area. But Carla has reassured us with this report that she will come back to the board with appropriate demarcation. The bollards are mentioned, I think, twice in the report, but it also states that the following considerations are relevant and is appropriate demarcation. So whether that's vegetation, bollards, a mixture of both, whatever, it will come back to the board. Carla has said that she will bring it back to us so that it's in the public arena, so that we know what's going on and we know what's being proposed, if you're concerned about wanting to have further input into it. Is that what you were talking about when we lost you?
Yeah, it wasn't. I was saying that in resolving this, it sets a precedent in a lot of ways for those other issues, and I didn't want to spin off into those ones. But what you have suggested around this is, you know, signage for public and what have you, and so I guess, and if you were going to legalise or come to some arrangement, is what contribution is going to come from the landowner too. I don't see why community should have to put an additional cost to access their own land. So if there is going to be an opportunity for the current landowner to utilise all of the extensive decking, and that's what I took issue with, the wording in the report was a slight increase. The original deck was destroyed and the landowner would have knowingly built out into the public space, in my opinion, from what I can see on public records that have been publicly available online since 2014. So thank you for Tammy for getting back to us on that, and I'd like the members to note that. So I'd like some ways moving forward that those costs will be addressed, and also perhaps how we can make the area more inviting for the public to recognise that they can sit there and enjoy it, either at a picnic table or a couple of chairs or something like we have in some other spaces.
So you're now moving on to a separate issue, but the cost is addressed in the bottom of the report. Cost to remediate any contravention will be recouped where necessary. So I'm sure any costs incurred will be borne on the property owner. We're referring to the legal road and the Esplanade. There's two properties in question here. You're just focusing on the beach one, aren't you? The Esplanade Reserve one. Yeah.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm talking about 457.
Yep.
I think 456 is an easier to remove the fence and to line it back round again. That's another one where I'm quite
Still
familiar with.
and
that is a cost, and a cost should be borne by the landowner. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for those links. I'm sure we'll get time to look at them later. Frank.
2 points, Madam Chair. Dave's made the comment about access and making sure that there is good access and that access to the public is not inhibited. From my observations and the site visit, in fact, access has been improved by the work that the current owner has done. And I think we need to acknowledge that. Secondly, there was a comment made this morning that I'd like to explore. They talked about survey maps and boundaries shifting, and the change in the mapping apparently moved the boundary closer to the house, so that anyone who did that work on the basis of that old mapping would not have been necessarily been in breach. And I think that's something that's fundamentally important in us considering this, because we're not talking about a case of someone saying, well, there's the boundary, bugger it, I'm going to build my deck over it. We're talking about where the council mapping appears to have been inappropriate. A structure was built that would have been inside the boundary. The council then decides with their mapping they've got the boundary wrong, and suddenly we've got a breach. Now,
that's not true, Frank. If you have a look at the links.
Excuse me, Dave. Dave, Frank's talking. Can you wait till he's finished, please?
I'll let Dave go.
Oh, okay.
You're muted, Dave.
You're muted, Dave. Now
Sorry.
You're right.
So, Frank, I just want, I mean, I don't mean to cut you off in saying that, but I just want to say, if you looked at the links, council have confirmed that the information that I've shared in the links has been available since 2014. So that's not the case that they have councillors provided wrong stuff, but I'm sure Carla would argue that there is a legal privilege. So I'm stating these comments as my own personal opinion based on the information provided to me by staff members, and the information has just come to the community board from one of our planners that information was available from 2014.
Okay, Dave, all I was asking for was to explore that and to get clarification. That's all I was asking.
I suspect that our staff have done that but are unable to comment because of the possibility of legal action by the landowner in this case, should council choose to take a more serious approach to it. So sorry, I didn't mean to be disrespectful in cutting you off, but I just did want to correct that there is no misleading information there, that there is a transparency that from 2014, this information was easily accessible online to see where the boundaries go. And I've given you both the council's maps and I think another one, which is the public access areas map around New Zealand, where you can see where you're entitled to go, even if the people have blocked it off.
Okay, look, I accept that, Dave, that's fine. Just one point, I think you've got to be very careful suggesting that people in this are going to take legal action if they don't get the answer they want. That's a strong statement, which I think you really need to have justification to make in a public arena like this.
I'm just covering the eventualities like we do with any risk that where people are unhappy, they have, from my experience as a councillor and as a community board member, have taken legal action against council. So yeah, that's all. I'm not encouraging legal action on any part, but we need to be doing something, and I've just put the information on the table that shows that this information is publicly accessible. And
thank you.
The other thing that I was told by council staff was that it's the onus, and Carla might be able to comment on this one, just in terms of general, that it is the property owner's obligation to ensure that they're happy with all of the legal compliances and the boundaries and what have you when they purchase a property. Is that correct? The onus is on the purchaser. Sorry.
That's correct.
And maybe in this case we also acknowledge maybe that perhaps a real estate agent under the new Act has an obligation to be able to convey that information as well, where they're aware of breaches and that.
I think we're getting into an area that is not included in the report and outside of what we're dealing with as an interested party over the Esplanade Reserve. I don't think we'd even have the privilege of being in this conversation if we weren't actually involved in the reserve process. But Carla, any responses or anything you'd like to say to sum this up?
sum up that conversation or the entire conversation?
Both, if you like.
Council staff are very aware of the passion behind the use of our public spaces, so it is not unheard, and it's all valid. And the report, again, if I could just reinstate, it was taking all of the personality out and just dealing with the issues and what is the best way forward for everyone. And we've made a judgment call on what we think balances those views, and it's really great to hear the feedback come in, because it, we can buffer those boundaries to assist us in providing you with clarity on the line that we take as to boundary and what that line is, soft plantings or bollards. So we've really heard you there, and I will commit to coming back to you, Belinda, if with your permission, on clearly marking out the boundary and decision and reasons around how we mark that. And we did start a conversation on Tuesday, Community Board Hookway, about budget, which this will require, and where that might come from to assist us with that access down and making it more of an inviting space and creating appropriate signage. So I hear all of that, and perhaps if I could be given some time to work with the relevant departments to provide you with a summary on those issues.
Thanks, Carla, and a good summary. And I'd just like to say too, from those that didn't come on the site visit, we were really interested and quite excited in the legal road on lot 456, the other lot, and the beautiful grassed open space that we can open up and look forward to families picnicking and using in the future. Not a lot we would have to do there. It's a really lovely piece of land right down by the water there, much more accessible lower down. And we're quite excited at the thought of a little bit of placemaking or something in that area. So well worth the site visit, thank you. And the topography is interesting too. It certainly doesn't show it on Google Maps, so you can't judge things by Google Maps. Any other questions? Frank, your hand is still up. Is that historical? Thank you. If there's no more questions for Carla, I'm going to sum this up and put the recommendation that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report, Wharo Road, and reserve a way forward. Moved by myself, seconded by Lane. I am for receiving the report. Lane?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Yes, Manuela.
Bruce?
Yes, Bruce.
Frank, yes.
I can't get it up there.
Kia ora.
Thank you, Manuai and Dave.
Imagine what I'll be doing. I'll put some here.
Yeah.
It'll be out through the bloody window.
And Dave was for. So that's carried. So our final item of the day is our action sheet. Thank you, Carla, for your time. So we'll move that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board receive the report Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board action sheet update March 2022. Do I have a seconder?
Manuela.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll unmute us. I have no idea of why we're like that.
Oh. Right, we'll whip through these and add anything we need to that. So the first item, Manuela, that's that tapu point.
Yeah, so yeah, nothing happened.
Nothing's happened?
No.
No,
no
site visit?
No. Not unless somebody went and didn't tell me, but I doubt it very much.
Okay, so this is ironically, along reserve encroachment lines as well. And it's really just signposting. The property has been surveyed, I believe. The property is just, the problem is just the demarcation, excuse me, of where the public can walk because of the green open spaces of private property and the confusion over where the private property is and the reserve, the Esplanade Reserve, where people can actually walk, to guide them, really, isn't it? Is that that's what's required, and the necessary signage.
Yeah, especially it's the same thing again. It comes exactly the same things. We just need somewhere to show the public where they can go, and also the property owners that know there is paper road access to the beach, that they can't put the fence on it.
Yes. Okay. So
through the chair,
if it's Joshna, if it's going to move this forward, when a staff member is available to go on site and look at this and see what actually needs to happen, could they please contact Manuela, the local subdivision representative, to go with them so she can actually explain simply what we're requiring? It's not difficult. It's just a case of perhaps putting a budget line next to it and implementing.
Yes, Madam Chair, I've actually have an update on this one.
Great.
It's sitting with the placemaking, and council is busy looking at their dining policy, the council's dining policy, and all al frescoes. So I think it's going to fall under that, and they're going to revisit that whole strand with signage.
Oh, sorry, no, we're talking about the tapu point at Okiato.
On
Resolution 2020-111.
Oh, sorry, I lost you there.
That's all right. We've lost ourselves a few times today, so that's fine. Okay. So just if a note could be made, if Manuela could be contacted, if somebody's going to go to the site to see what's required to be done there, so it can be explained. It's often difficult to explain it on paper. That would be great. We certainly learned the benefits of that the other day. So the second one is Cheryl Gavin last updated the board of the progress of that's strategy and policy. There's lots of messages going on here. I think we're missing a bit of a farewell somehow. Alfresco dining policy, that's where Joshna was up to. That's not going anywhere, but we are aware that come 1st of June, the diners along the waterfront there will reapply for their licences and their liquor licences. They don't fall in the same dates and times, do they? Is that the problem? Has everyone's camera gone off, or should I be taking mine off? Excuse me. Can I just ask Joshna?
I think it's the bandwidth. When you have not enough bandwidth, the cameras go off. So.
I just wondered if we were all being asked to turn our cameras off as well.
No.
Madam Chair, I think that's a message for the other event that's taking place.
Thank you. Thought so, Rhonda. Okay. So we'll follow that one up. The Parr Road petition. We still haven't received the report that we asked, copy of the report that we asked for in our agenda. I know the report has been done.
Yep.
Is there a reason why it's not being made available to us? We wanted it published in the agenda so that it was a public document on behalf of all the people who signed the petition for Parr Road that they presented to the board. Yep. I believe it has been done. Elizabeth said it had been done. It was complete, and we just need for that to come back to us.
Maybe, Madam Chairman, for our next meeting, we could get the font even smaller on some of these action reports.
It's not too bad. So what we're requiring is a copy
Bad
of the post-construction road safety audit on page my page is 228, Joshna. And I have been assured that it's been done. Okay, so
I'll get Elizabeth to update you.
Thank you. The survey, the next one, the eastern tree removals. We touched on trees enough today. The hedge by the sports park over there in Kirikeri, the survey you'll see was completed before Christmas, and they're awaiting the reports and plans through from the surveyor. So that got a smiley face from me, that one. And Ness Road, is that the duck? There, that's Dave. So Duck Bend. So you've had that meeting.
Yes, had a meeting with Elizabeth and one of their consultant engineers, and there were 3 different issues that were notified and discussed in that. So yeah, there's also been quite a bit more feedback into the local Facebook group over that one. So I am hoping that Elizabeth, I sent her off all of the last of the material just before I went on leave. So that's 2.5 weeks ago since she received the last of it. So, yeah.
Okay, that's lovely. So you wanted to put something on the action sheet, Dave, in relation to, I've got here, level of service, KPIs from contractors.
Sure, that was a request that we had long ago for one to receive copies of for procurement to know well in advance, so that so if it, say the Kirikeri contract was coming up for trees and landscaping, that we would be consulted as to what we'd like to see in terms of the levels of service. Same for Russell and same for the other areas by here, and that is that if so that the procurement documents and the tender documents can include our feedback at that stage. Also, the second part of that was to be able to look at these contracts and whether they have an annual review, so that we're able to feedback. So Bruce can say, well, look, no, the lighting hasn't been, repaired in Kyle in a timely manner, or what have you, in relation to the levels of service that were procured.
Community board used to receive reports on those in the past boards, but it's a process that council stopped, which did actually give the contractors, particularly the district facilities ones that we were interested in, town maintenance, things like that, particularly lawn mowing. So you need to just give some wording for Joshna, please, that you would like an update on the we need the timelines, don't we? So
yeah, so
Aisha,
we need a time. I actually need a timetable to be provided in every report to the community board, forecasting out the procurement expected on areas where community boards input would be appropriate for the levels of service.
Thanks. So Aisha's got her hand up, Dave. So can we go to you, Aisha, please?
Yeah, I'm happy to let the member finish what he was trying to put across.
No, I'll let you go, Aisha.
Okay, I wanted to just touch on, so we do have Recreation Services Limited coming to a future board meeting. That is a contract that is currently undertaking a review, and part of the conversation of why they're coming to a future board meeting as part of a workshop discussion is to get your input into those levels of service for that particular contract. Timetables for all reports as a slow and steady progression as well. Trying to educate report writers across the board of elected member expectations that you want to see not only that date and promise culture instilled in reports, but the touch points, so that you know what the next steps are for various options. I wasn't sure if there were particular contracts in addition to RSL that you wanted oversight of.
We actually did ask for a list, and probably a year or two ago at the beginning of our term, we had a gentleman, I can't think of his name, was it Warren?
Warren
Europe. Warren.
Come and talk to a list. But what I got out of that was most of the contracts were on rollovers, and there wasn't really much of an opportunity, if any, for us to actually have any input into it. The lead-in time frame is so great. It was over 12 months for some of them, and it crossed over from community boards even. It was quite an involved process and quite lengthy. So for us to actually have any involvement or any input into that, some of them would take years until they were actually up for renewal rather than rollover. So I'm not quite sure, Aisha, how we would go about even having input into those at that level. Probably
So
more reporting on levels of service would be the best we could expect to see.
So I made a note from a point that I picked up from member Hokwe Kopa around wanting to receive or have input into levels of service at procurement or tender document stage. Is that what you're looking for?
Well, I think one is to have the timetable so we know what's coming up. So if we know in 12 months' time that, say, the Kirikeri district, trees and roadsides or whatever it is, contracts coming out, then we can have a look at we have an input into what we would be looking to have. So what that contract's going to do, if it's going to have tree pruning, or what timeframes might be for when palms are in danger of falling on people, which is we're just drawing on the actual events that have happened in the last 12 to 24 months, where it seems that when Sean's come to address us and respond to it, there's been a lack of understanding as to what was being required, and where stuff might be of a maintenance value as compared to an urgent basis as well. So, some lighting would be required to be urgent rather than waiting a month or two till they've got 5 or 6 other lights to come up and repair. So, I mean, as I say, one, a timetable, 2, to be able to input into what we'd like to see, and 3, to be able to have some sort of review period built into that to see how how the contractor is going. I'd have thought that there would have been some degree of probity over the performance of contracts. Is that right?
Okay.
From your experience?
Quite a big ask, Dave. And in my view, it's almost an impossibility from what I've seen of the timelines and the rollovers of contracts. But who knows? Maybe that culture will change within council with more local focus on local procurement. So, Aisha, we'll just see what we can actually get, and having recreational services coming to us to talk to us about their levels of service is a good start. So I'm not sure when they'll be coming, but we welcome them addressing us, definitely.
I'll pick up the conversation with Melissa and the Chief Executive Office as well, who looks after all your RFSs, because she has a higher level of oversight of the operational projects and timeframes than we do, and we can see whether or not we can get any synergies between the two conversations.
Okay, lovely. That would be great. Thank you. Now, the other one I wanted to go back to and bring up was the resolution to council on the Redwood Trees, Joshna. Do you
want to go back to it?
Yes, please. Back to the amendment that I sent you, that David Clendon and I were working on. So this amendment recommending to remove the trees is to start the conversation over a lengthy process of what might be eventually tree removal. We're removing them anyway, but we're talking about not one by one.
What item number that was?
Oh, so Redwood Trees were
8.4.
Yes, 8.41, page 194 or 5 or 6.
There you go.
5. So this is a separate issue. This is what we've asked for, is the level 3 assessment, because that is actually council's liability needs to be addressed for the here and now. The recommendation that we have put together if you could bring that up on the screen.
It's up here. To receive the report and refer the report.
Oh, sorry. No. So I'm referring to what I sent you. I forwarded it to you from David Clendon, from myself.
Oh, you want to have a look at that?
Yes.
Okay.
To get this onto the council table, because it's been kicked around like a football for years. And once the level 3 assessment comes through, it's going to take such a long time for council to get this and start.
Do you want me to bring that down into an action?
Yes. And I want the board to look at it and consider it going to council. We have to start the emotive discussion at some stage. We can't keep going on and on about this. It's just ridiculous. I mean, the amount of times I've done site visits to these trees over the years, and little bit by little bit we pull one more out and pay for another arborist report on the whole lot. So this is a recommendation that David and I have put together to get the situation, put a bomb under it on the council table and see where it goes. It gets it in the public arena, it gets the discussion starting. It would obviously be a major consultation from a community board perspective, but it's something that we have agreed we would do. And it's as a result of the ongoing arborist reports and the cost. It's the cost of removing the trees versus the safety, the risk, the ongoing annual reports, and what needs to be done and what hasn't been done. The previous report hasn't even been actioned, so council is remiss of their duty of care to date. So would you like me to read that out? Can you all see it? Hawkins Lane, is that Hawkins with an I or E?
I believe it's an I, but I'm not sure, Madam Chairman.
I thought it was an I as well. It doesn't look right. Dave, do you know if that's an E or an I?
No, it's an I, I'm sure.
I think it's an I as well.
I'm just looking on Google. It looks like it's an ING.
Or Kings. That looks better, doesn't it? So that the Bay of Islands-Whangaroa Community Board strongly recommends council remove the redwood trees on Windywood Lane and Hawkins Crescent and replants the area with appropriate native species and a small commemorative citrus grove. The redwoods constitute a significant financial, legal and reputational risk to council and endanger the safety and well-being of residents, particularly those in the Kirikeri Retirement Village Hospital wing.
No, it's not.
So this is going to put it onto council to look at the removal. In the meantime, we've asked them to recommission an arborist to go and do a level 3 assessment. Okay, can we have a brief discussion around this? Are we wanting to throw it on in council's lap?
No, not yet.
Dave?
Madam Chairman, I'll go first this time.
Lane, yes, go.
I think this is quite outrageous, actually. That
Yes.
There's obviously a resolution here that's been done by members of this board and is now thrust upon us. I'm surprised to see Manuela has seconded this.
Nobody has seconded.
Excuse me, I'm talking, Madam Chairman.
I haven't put it yet.
Well, it's on. I'm reading the screen, Madam Chairman.
I haven't put it.
Moved by you, seconded by Manuela.
It probably should just be on our action sheet, Joshna. It's not part of the recommendation. It's caused confusion. It's not moved by me. It's not seconded by Manuela. Sorry, Lane, at all.
Just to clarify, Member Eyre, the chairperson and Member Manuela have moved the receipt of the action sheet.
Yes.
So I've put in the chat here, Madam Chair, that if you want to have a discussion on the motion that yourself and Councillor Clendon, I think you said, have drafted, then it should be moved and seconded to enable formal discussion.
Okay. Right. No desire to have a discussion around this at all?
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Lane to carry on. That's all.
I'm sorry, I'm getting inundated with the going away party is on my left-hand screen. Yes, Madam Chairman, I don't think any of us, maybe with the possible exception of Councillor Clendon, have the expertise to recommend the removal of any trees. I think we need to see a report. And, you know, quite frankly, I'm tired of, after 5 or 6 years, every 5 minutes hearing about the trees.
Yeah.
But we have no basis upon which to make this recommendation. I understand why you're trying to make it, but we don't have empirical data to make that recommendation. It'd be my opinion.
Yep.
Thank you.
Fair enough. Dave?
Yeah, I think you're trying to move too quickly on this, and I appreciate it. It's been a decades-old issue in Kirikeri. So, you know, I don't have to have been on the community board or council or anything to not understand that, you know, that this is a divisive and contentious issue. However, we've requested a level 3 report, and that needs to be undertaken first before then we can go to community with all the information. Otherwise, you know, we've just already got a predetermined outcome, which I think this proposed action is strongly against that, and I don't like the word strongly in there as well. Maybe everyone was united and was very passionate about that, then maybe that might be justified, but that's not wording that I feel an affinity with, and I believe.
So we'll park that. We'll remove that, Joshna, and I'll just keep the emails. I've sent you all a copy anyway, so you should have that in your emails, and it's definitely has to end up in council's lap at some stage for the council of the day to be involved in the discussion, and we can't get costs, Dave. We can't get ongoing costs off. We need to know what the arborist reports, what a level 3 assessment. The reason we haven't got it is because it's too expensive and council chose to do a cheaper option, which means that they're actually not covered. In fact, I'm sure their insurance company wouldn't even pay out if anything, you know, when it was, turned turkey or went remiss. So let's just park it. Are we still recording, Aisha?
Yes, we are. We need to take a decision on the action sheet.
Okay, we probably should take that discussion out if we can, but if people are listening, that's fine. The discussion has to be had at some stage, and you're quite right. We should wait for the level 3 assessment report. A level 3 assessment has been done in the past, as you heard earlier, and I think you'll find the Kirikeri Village have also done their own level 3 assessment report.
Not their trees.
Sorry, Lane?
I said they're not.
You muted.
Lane, you're muted.
Sorry, I'm just saying that they're council trees, and we need to deal with this.
On reserve, they fall in our lap.
You know, and it annoys me how often we've dealt with this. I personally understand why we would want to remove them, or why there is a case to remove them. I just don't feel that we're in a position to make that determination, and I certainly don't think it's a commercial operation beside those trees that should be making it either. Thank you.
And we're not asking them to make that decision. They have gone and done their own reports, Lane. So we have simply met and discussed if they were to be removed, you know, what would happen to the area, bearing in mind the reserve falls under our delegation. So we'll leave that. I think we sooner or later, one day the report's going to come back, and well, I guess over the years, eventually we will end up with none anyway. And it's a cost versus keep situation, and the duty of care with council is where it sits. So we're not liable; it just falls under our delegation. But we know that it's not being well managed, so we'll just leave it there. And we need to move who moved that, Joshna, the action sheet? I did, and Manuela seconded it.
Yes.
So we'll put that up if you've captured that discussion, and we'll leave any resolutions or recommendations to council to start looking at the process until we've received the level 3 assessment. Right, I'm in favour. Lane?
Yes.
Manuela, yes.
Bruce, yes.
Right. Kia ora.
Right.
Frank, yes.
Lovely. That's carried. Do we have Manawai there? Would you like to do a closing karakia, Manawai?
Yeah, sure. I dropped out for about 4 minutes with my bad signal before. I'm sure.
No problem at all.
Awesome. Let's go for it. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te ata whai o tō tātou areki, aihu kraiti, me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu, ake, amene.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. And if we've stopped live streaming, you can now actually go into the link to join.
Through the chair, can we just